Cool.
Oh,
There it goes. Okay, I fixed it.
unfortunate.
Yeah, that was weird. I don't know why. So many things just kind of settings just kind of changed on my computer. So that was neat. Going through and finding all of those, and now this one. I was about to say couldn't hear you. Well, thank you, Slay. I appreciate that. Um, oh, so anyway, yeah. Uh, yeah, just starting a podcast. What are you doing? What's up with you?
Not much.
Huh.
Um, Currently living the unemployed life.
Oh, hell yeah. Sick. Soon that'll change, though.
It will. It'll change on the 1st of next month. But
Exactly.
my joke is always for a week and a half. I was unemployed.
Oh, understandable.
Um, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Um, Playing a lot of Pokemon.
Oh, you
Not
bullying more
not
children?
not that kind. No,
Oh, right, of course. Not
Pokemon.
that kind of Pokemon. No, no, of course not.
No, that's Unite. This is Pokemon.
Ah, understood.
Um,
Understood.
and realized that I was not as ready as I thought I was for when they had a Pokemon home support,
Oh, yes.
because there's a ton of Pokemon that will be in this game that I just want to like
Have.
grow in this game. Because I got them in other games and leveling them up is fucking painful.
Tedious, yes.
Oh god.
Yes.
But I realized I could just like, I was like, you know what? No, fuck grinding these out to 100. I'm just gonna like put them in a box by themselves and be like, if they are in a game in the future which is convenient to level them up, I'll do that.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Okay.
So maxed out my money. And yeah, just kind of been chilling.
Hell yeah, hell yeah. That sounds good. Lux asks who pokes the Pokemon. Sorry, the Pokemon. Excuse me.
Ostensibly, it would be other men who are themselves getting poked.
Oh. There is no start. It is just always been.
Yeah, it's we call it the Pokemon's Ouroboros.
Exactly. Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to TableTalk Discussion and Discourse. I, as always, am your host, Alejo, aka Great on 95.
I, as usually, am your second host, Captain Chiral. And our third host is it's kind of his brand to be asleep.
Yes, he's having a little nap. He might be here later. We shall see. Yeah. I wanted to start today discussing a few things, a few tidbits. So if you'll indulge me for a moment, everyone. First off, let me
maybe.
Well, yeah, that's fair. You don't have to. Just as you don't have to do many things. So let me do this one little thing that apparently you're supposed to do on this platform. And that is tell you to, before anything has happened, mind you, something that feels incredibly scummy to say, but I will try to make it as I'll make it as little scum as possible. If you enjoy what you are about to witness / listen to, consider, after you've gone through maybe an hour or so, maybe less than that, maybe more than that, consider the fact that you could subscribe to the show in whatever capacity that may be. Just consider it. That's all I'm asking. Now that I've put that thought in your head, apparently that's supposed to drive up that engagement thing or something. I'm trying out a new thing. And that's making it as long-winded as possible so that you know that I'm trying to get your lizard brain to respond to me and click that little button so that you can't be fooled.
Yes. I'm waiting for the natural progression of this
Okay.
which is 10-minute videos because they're nice and algorithm
No.
friendly.
Shorts.
And
Shorts.
oh, that's right. Yeah,
Yeah,
10-minute
shorts.
videos are no longer
Mhm.
the meta. So what about if the short is just saying like, comment, subscribe, and then that's
Right.
it?
Yeah, that's true. That would be the meta. You're right. You're right. Being long-winded
Um,
makes it seem like you have no clue what you're talking about. Well, that's what I hope, really. At the end of the day. I hope that you don't think that I have any knowledge of anything whatsoever. So,
by the way, now that you've done your little bit, I
sure.
have a bit of my own.
Oh,
And I will need your like cooperation on this bit.
okay.
Just kind of follow my lead.
I will do my best.
Alejo, I've known you for a good while, yes?
It has been a few years, yes.
So, despite my interactions with you, I have an idea for a nickname.
Okay.
Uh, th- and your nickname will be the entire digits of your parents' credit card information and the three wacky numbers on the back.
Ah,
What
yes.
Once I have that
I
information, we can
see.
become friends.
Oh, I see. I see. Well, I'll do my very
Do
best.
do you hear me, audience? Donate to our
No.
Patreon
Oh,
and or
God.
give us your parents' credit card
No.
information and we will be friends.
I hate this. I hate this bit. I hate this bit. This bit needs to die already. I
you,
regret doing my bit.
you you skeeved me out, so I had to skeeve you out.
That's fair. Um, well, you know. Hello, bros. Hello, Timothy. How are you doing? Wello, sister. Ah, appreciate that. Wello. Um, I'll go ahead and hit like, but I can always unlike if you say something to draw my fury. Yeah, absolutely. And then you can hit the dislike button even too. Wow.
Yeah, which will do nothing.
That's right. What a button that is still there if they even give a shit.
They really neutered the dislike button.
Yes. Yes, they did.
Like they just were like, we're going to keep it here as like a facsimile of itself.
Yes. Yep. True.
Just it's like it's like taking the batteries out of like one of those little like office easy buttons and then
Yes.
just
Yep.
like handing it to a toddler.
Yep.
Like that's what I feel happened.
That's true. That's true. Let's see. I'll have to get home from work before I can get my parents' credit card information. Oh yeah, fair. God damn it.
You're gonna have to get home from work before I become your friend then.
I hate this. Do you also offer tech support for Microsoft products too? Not for free, but yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, I will offer it. You can pay me like $59.99 a month, and then I'll say turn it off and on again.
That's true. Yeah.
And then at the end, if that doesn't work, I'll do like a let me Google that for you link, and then I'll send you that URL.
There are so many times these days that I just want to send people let me Google that for you links. God damn it. But every time I'm like, no, you can't do that right now. But I should. That thumbs down button should be gone if you're not keeping track of the downs of a video. It's so dumb. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Tonight's gonna be fun. Fair enough, yeah. I need to get a shovel and take a long drive to the cemetery to get my parents' credit card. Too much of a hassle, so I'll stay. Fair. Absolutely fair.
Stuck in the acquaintance zone.
So, one other thing that a couple other things that I do want to say. First off, if you check the link in the description, right now, there's that form link, which should work because it is accepting forms still. Of the which episode was your favorite of year 3. That is still a thing. I haven't closed it out because, to be fair, I forgot to talk about it last time and the time before that. Well, maybe not the time for that, but I forgot to talk about it the last time to get people to do it if they want to. And again, it's only if you want to, really. It's just there. So go do that if you want. And the third thing that I want to preface before the week comes up is next week. That is the 28th of this month, the last day of this month, even crazy that. On the 28th, I may or may not be here. I have a planned trip that I'm taking with a friend. That will be. I have to wake up at like 2 a.m. to then go and drive us to the airport so that we can go. So potentially, I will not be here, but my friend is sick at the moment, unfortunately. So, unless that gets resolved, we just may not even be able to go, which sucks. But that's just so that you're all aware that that there will be no show next week potentially. I will let you know in the future through the Discord server, obviously, if that is still going to be the case. And which also means I won't be around for that whole fucking rest of that week for anything. But I'm also hoping that the rest of this week, or at least some of this week, we can get together and do some more of the Halo stuff, as well as maybe do some other things. Like I bought Digimon cards the other day, and they're in a sealed box. They're booster packs for the classic collection of the Digimon card game, and I'm thinking of doing an unboxing thing because I'm getting sleeves in as well, just because I like Digimon and Digimon cards are cool and I feel like it. So yeah, that could be a potential thing in the future here too.
What is your favorite Digimon?
My favorite Digimon. Oh, fuck me. Oh, let me see. I think. Oh, there's so many good ones. Fuck.
You can only pick one.
I know, and I don't know if I want to. um.
Well, see, here's the thing is I literally the only Digimon I know is like not Charmander.
Agumon?
Sure.
He's the orange dinosaur one?
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
Agumon.
yeah.
Yep.
And I'm like, they do like some cool stuff in Digimon, like just a
Digimon's
creature
great.
turns into a fucking gun.
Yeah. It's fucking great.
And I figured this would be a chance for me to see some cool character design. But I'm
Fair.
not entirely inclined to look up more than one. Otherwise, I would say give me your top 5.
Understood.
Um,
Understood.
but I
I
am
think
not
I've
feeling
always
that.
I will give you one. Which is I've always had an inclination towards, and I don't know if it's my favorite, but I'll give you this one at least at the moment because it's the one that I can think of. The inclination towards Kabuterimon.
Sure, can I get a spelling?
Yes, I can give you a spelling.
Or you can give me an image. That works too.
I will do so. Kabuterimon
Fantastic.
is. Give me a moment. I will give you this image. It's there. Kabuterimon is sick.
Oh, yo.
For those of you who don't know, go look up Kabuterimon. Because Kabuterimon is awesome. And you know what?
It's like a Tyranid
Yep.
got married with a samurai.
Yep.
And I kind of fucking am about it.
Yep. 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 I think his
Is it
next
good?
I mean, he's only a champion for him, so he's only the second tier technically. Well, there's like 3 tiers, but 4 tiers before including him actually. But he's not even like full power basically. Hold on.
Okay, so it's basically like Quilava.
Yes, if you want to go by that. Although Digimon has this thing where you can fucking fuse, and so you can go beyond 3 evolutions, quote unquote. But his third evolution, if we'll put it in that way for you to understand, is Mega Kabuterimon, who is that one.
I kind of like Kabuterimon more.
That's fair.
Maybe it's just because I'm more biased toward blue than red.
That's fair.
Also, I like the they went for the whole stag beetle aesthetic with like the horn in the middle.
Yes.
And I liked it better when it looked more like a helmet.
Yeah, that's true. That's why I think I like Kabuterimon more. Mostly because of design.
Mega Kabuterimon looks like a ladybug with cancer.
Yes. Yes, he does. Hold on, folks. That should pop up. Why didn't that pop up? That's why. Hold on a second, folks. I'm trying to get you images for those of you who don't know a thing about Digimon. Which is fine. Just makes me sad. So that's Kabuterimon. Right there. And then Mega Kabuterimon is this one, right here. That's the one. Also apparently known as Atler Kabuterimon. Apparently. There's also Hercule, I think, Kabuterimon? Yeah, Hercule? Fuck me. Another one. There's a lot of them, okay? There's a lot of them. But he's a big bug guy, and he's cool, and I like him. Here, I'll give you some Hercule.
Mega Kabuterimon gives me, like, Pinsir vibes.
Yeah, that's fair.
Or no, not Pinsir, Heracross.
Oh, yeah. There you go. Yeah. And then that's Hercule. I can't. Fuck it. Who cares? Yeah. So he's a bug line basically. There's other bugs obviously, and then there's other ones. And...
Digimon fans are fucking.
What?
Sorry, I was talking to the audience, not to you.
Okay. Anyway, so let's see. Tiamat versus Godzilla. Tiamat has magic, wins. I like card openings, and my favorite is Duskmon. Oh, Duskmon. Hold on. Duskmon.
You know,
yeah.
Whenever I think about like how my choices in media are like, well, they wouldn't cause you to implode, but I am very much not a fan of two of your favorite media franchises, which is Star Trek and Digimon.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, I don't care.
I'm just like, maybe I should like give them a try sometime, and then I go, nah, every single time.
That's what infuriates me. But it's fair, honestly. I don't. You're fine.
Oh, yo, who's the JoJo stand?
That's Duskmon.
Okay.
Yeah.
He looks like a mixture between Silver Chariot and like a Persona.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. Let's see. Duskmon was my favorite one to play in Rumble 2 for PS2. I didn't play any of the PS2 games. I played a little bit of Digimon World on PS1, and then I got into I emulated a bunch when I was a kid because I was poor. I emulated a bunch on the DS. All the Digimon Worlds on that, I think. And then these days I've been playing on and off the Cyber Sleuth game because it's really good. I watched the show like a million years ago. Yeah, it's fair. I watched it when I was a kid. I watched all of the runs that I could because they were all pretty fun. Except I didn't like the ones where it was just people and they turned into Digimon. That one I was like, this is a little weird. I don't know about that one. I remember that guy.
Like Animorphs?
Well, they were still humanoid. They didn't become like
furry Animorphs?
Uh Yeah, sure. Why not? Why not? I don't know. I don't feel like explaining this right now. There was one where it was Digimorphs, thank you. There was one where the way that the main character got Agumon to Digivolve was he would go and have to punch Digimon in the face. It was great. It was so funny every time. And let's see. Yeah, I remember the guy, the Kabuterimon. Yes, I did not spell it right. Oops, you're fine. The MMO was rough. Yeah, I heard the MMO was bad. I can't remember which Digimon was my favorite one. That's fair enough, dude. Like the thing is with the thing that I will always say about Digimon over Pokemon, which I like, is that it grew up with its fans. Like it even started with more mature themes and like actual death and stuff in the actual like show for kids. It was great. So it fucked people up at a young age, which was great. I really like that. So anyway, that being said, we are on topic today. And the topic is topics that we've already covered. Namely, the first one, which was back when we covered Bob Worldbuilder once. He put out a video talking about the books that you should buy for 5e. And fluffed about and didn't really tell us reasons as to why we should get the books that he recommended. Except that they were cool and their art was cool on the cover, which I guess that's a valid reason. Sure. But the ones that we thought were
enough reason for some.
Yes, the ones that we thought were necessary, and if correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the video before was about it being the books that you need. Yes? Hold on. I will fact check myself. Bob World Builder books. That's a popular search. Not one of the top ones, though, unfortunately. Is annoying. But, oh no, there it is. Yeah, which D&D book should you buy 2021 was the one that we covered before. And then this one is 2022. Which the thumbnails are, don't buy these books except these. So that's a pretty strong message right there. You got to give reasons for that, right? And in that, we also talked about how the books that we would recommend that you need are the Player's Handbook and Xanathar's, because Xanathar's has actual rulings for creating magic items and such. And it has just a bunch of additional rules that are very, very useful. At least I think that was my pick.
Yeah, the pick for me was you don't even technically need Xanathar's because you don't need those rulings. You only really need the Player's Handbook.
Yes, that is true.
It's useful to have Xanathar's, and
yes.
If you have alright, so here's what you do if you're new to D. You Google all of the subclasses, and you see if one of them speaks to you. Yeah. And then you look up what book that subclass is in.
You don't even
and you buy that book in the Player's Handbook. Or alternatively, just look up a PDF that includes what your subclass is, and download it.
Might I also suggest the site dnd .wiki I think it is dnd5e.wiki which has detailed information about every class and everything in it, like from every book. So you don't need a book, but if you are going to buy one and you only are going to need one, it would be the player's handbook, obviously. Any day.
There are some DMs out there who are like, "Oh, you need to have a source book for your stuff."
Sure.
Which is a fair take, I guess, because you want to have well, it's just because it's to ensure that whatever material a person is playing off of at the table, if a question arises about the wording of an ability or something, you have that resource on standby.
But the resource for the sites, they have those direct quotes.
Yeah, I know. Google nullifies literally.
Yeah.
Literally, you don't even need to buy anything to, like, if we want to take this
we've talked about that
conclusion.
Before. Yeah,
you don't even need to buy even a pencil for D&D.
Yeah, we've talked about that.
They're a form fillable PDF.
Mm-hmm.
However, I would recommend what the PHB, as well as consider if you want a source book for your subclass.
Sure. Yeah.
And also 80 sets of dice. I just got a set of dice recently, actually. They are, so you know how my skeletal dice instead of going clack clack, they make tinkling sound.
Yes.
When they hit each other because they're hollow metal ones. Yeah. I got another hollow metal set of dice.
Okay.
And they're all instead of kind of teardrop shape, I guess. So the D4 actually rolls instead of just being a pyramid. I'll get you a photo in a second.
Okay. Let's see. The one that messed with computers was cool too. The one that could mess with computers. Was that from the original series that you're talking about? It's been a hot minute, to be fair, for me. The first main villain was Devimon, so yes, Devimon was awesome. Then Myotismon was the second one. Excuse me. Yeah, that's the one I think. Digimon Tamers was great, especially after Beelzemon killed Leomon. We had children have nervous breakdowns. Is this where I'm supposed to say spoilers? No. Show's old as hell. And plus, that's something that should be something that gets people to watch it. But yes, you're right. I feel like his 2023 video would be "Don't buy any books." That's fair. Yeah. Weird title of video incoming. Yes, more dice the better. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. One of those things where it's like, you should buy this. It's like, well, yeah, you should buy the PHB if that's the book, if that's what you need to buy. If you need to buy something, right? We're at that point. You need to buy something for 5e. You buy the PHB. That's all you buy. It's what you need. Right? That's it. Nothing else. Well, he's getting those dice. I'll tell you about the second thing. Because get ready for it. The second one, we're going to be delving back into that big old time where the illusion of choice was a thing. Remember that? Remember those days? The illusion of choice being that big term that was coined by it wasn't coined, but it was propagated a little bit more by Taking 20. Remember that? Yeah. About Pathfinder? Yeah. So there are videos that were about that. Some were talking about it in a positive way. Some are talking about it in a negative way, right? I found one from a creator that we have covered before that talks about it in a negative way. So be prepared for that. Wish I hadn't seen that. Yeah, that's fair. Well, I don't want to start our coverage of this one until he's back. So I suppose, dice. Soon. The way I like to run 3.5 is that you can use stuff from any PHB number and one other supplement. Mixing more than one supplement into a character tends to be hazardous. That's fair. Most of the time...
I return.
Oh, welcome back. Most of the time I think that most people are like, yeah, oh, cool. Hold on. Let me get this on screen. Most of the time I think that if people see one supplement and they see something they like, they stick to it. Multiclassing is one of those things that I find is much more rare. So usually I don't have to worry about it too much. But that is just me.
Yeah, I have seen one multi-class in like the past 3 years of D&D 5e.
Yeah. This is the first time I'm multiclassing with a character ever. So like in my hiatus Wednesday game. By the way, these are the dice that he was referring to. Right here. They're pretty fucking sick.
They sound very pretty.
Multiple supplements is how you get locate city bomb. Yeah, sure. In 3.5, absolutely. But like, I don't know. I don't care. At that point, it's like, well, hey, can we not do that, guys? And then if they say, well, no, because I can, and I'd be like, well, okay, so you destroyed a world, I guess. Let's move on. Next game. You know? And like, it's one of those things. It's that whole mutual respect thing, because I don't think, at least from the groups that I've been in, that we would do something like that, because that's, I mean, it's kind of fun for like the first few seconds of how it is, but then you think about the implications and it's like, oh, so like we don't play the game anymore is what you're telling me. You know? Awesome dice. Yeah, they're cool.
Thank you.
So, let's get to it. This is the video. That's the comments. Wow, good job, me. This is the video that is what we should buy in 2022. This was near the end of 2022. So, this was also, I think...
Why is buy capitalized?
Algorithm?
Shouldn't it be should that's capitalized?
Dude, I don't know. Well, more like just a small kingdom, but yeah, well, multiple uses, you know, but anyway, regardless. Okay. So, yeah, this was before, all the OGL stuff and all of that, I believe, if I recall correctly. So, we'll see.
I fucking love that Historica Arcanum in the background.
Yeah, it looks cool.
Do me a favor. Take a second to guess just how many books and box sets have been published for D&D 5e.
Like,
oh, fuck.
35. No, sorry, no. For 5e itself... Actually, I want to say around 40.
Books and box sets, I'm going to guess, like, 40 to 50.
Yeah, I'm going to say 40, because this was before the newest stuff. So, yeah, I want to say 40. Oh, 30.
Yeah, it's 39.
Hey! Very close. Yeah. That makes sense. Why do I have the sudden urge to give Bob a wedgie and shove him in a fantasy locker after I hit on his mom? I don't know, man. That's up to you, man.
Yeah, that's a you problem.
And I know 2nd edition and 3rd edition had like a lot more books, but 39 is still a lot of books.
Sure.
And they're releasing 3 more like any day now for Spelljammer. So it's time for that healthy reminder that you do not need any books to have fun playing D&D. The fun comes from you and your group. So I'm making this video as a guide to these guides, an update on my previous video that was kind of similar, this time with just a concise summary of what each book offers and a decision tree based on your experience with the game to take out the guesswork of which one of these books will help.
So this is better already than his first video.
It's less you need to buy this and more I will give you the tools to decide if you need to buy them or not. Also, you don't need to buy, like, he begins with a very strong preface of you do not need to buy anything.
Yes, exactly. This is already 100 times better than his previous one. Very good. Oh, this video just came out in the era of blissful ignorance of Spelljammer. Yeah, you know. I guess technically you can just play straight from the SRD. Yes, you could. You could just play from made up shit. Like, you don't need anything, really.
You and your group have a good time. Because I'm Bob, this is where we learn how to have more fun playing D&D together. Movie magic, here they all are. And we're gonna start with the box sets. Dice shaking around really loudly, should have removed those first. The starter set, the new one, Dragons of Stormwreck Isle, is the best for brand new players. All of these are geared toward people who are just getting into 5e D&D, but this one, for all the reasons explained in this other new video I have on my channel up in the corner, lid falling over, the character sheets in particular are so great at literally spelling out everything that your characters are good at and how to play, compared to the other ones where the players will kind of need to borrow the rulebook to see how their characters really function, and it's really not just about these character sheets.
Yeah, no, I actually want to see that character sheet again.
Yeah, go for it. I was gonna say that they had their own condensed rulebooks in those box sets. You didn't need to worry about the big rulebook. I don't know if that's what he means. Because, like, yeah, you wouldn't need the full rules for this. You just need the little pamphlet that they give you, basically, as far as I'm aware. But anyway, go on.
Yeah, I just want to see how they describe proficiencies, attacks, languages, stuff like that.
Yeah, fair enough.
Lid falling over. The character sheets, in particular, are so great.
Okay.
Proficiencies. The rulebook explains what proficiency means.
Oh.
Yeah, it has the little dots. It's like...
Yeah, those,
indicated. Okay.
Well, so...
honestly, you could give this to someone who has never touched D&D before, and they would get a pretty good inkling of what everything is, and more importantly, where everything goes.
Yeah, they would.
And honestly, having played with some players who did not know this information despite playing in my campaign for like a couple years, this would have been really fucking nice to just sit down and like shove in her face and be like, look at it!
Great at literally spelling out everything that your characters are good at and how to play.
Spells are your best tool in combat. Also have weapon you can use. Okay, and then spells are in the later section. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean...
so...
it's good for new players.
I'm reading the wizard thing. They're studious magic users. Yes, that's a fantastic description. And I don't know how I feel about the lure of knowledge calls wizards out of the safety of their libraries into crumbling ruins and lost cities. Like, sure, that's but it feels an awful lot like the character sheet is trying to hand you your backstory.
Well, it is, because this is a starter set.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah.
Compared to the other ones where the players will kind of need to borrow the rulebook to see how their characters really function, and it's really not just about these character sheets. You know, yeah, it comes with dice, comes with an adventure, comes with a rulebook, just like the other ones, but I think this is really just the best at knowing who the audience is for a starter set, and that is people who don't know almost anything about D&D. You just saw it in Stranger Things, want to check it out, get this box. These other boxes are also cool, but the Essentials kit, for example, dice shaking? Yeah, it comes with a bunch more dice. Let's actually look at that. 4d6s and 2d20 for advantage, disadvantage, but specifically that 4d6 for character creation, because this one includes some more rules about how to create your own characters. It includes a...
Would you think that the inclusion of more, like, ability to create your own and customize your own thing to be better for newer players? Or do you think that
No, worse.
Okay. All right.
Because we have these things called training wheels that exist. You need to learn to walk before you can run.
I understand, but I don't think that this is that complicated in that respect. What I would say is having examples, like, because the thing is, you usually have an already made character sheet in these kinds of things anyway. This just also includes rules that you don't have to worry about unless you're ready for it, right? So both have that training wheel aspect. This also has the ability for you to go past that.
So I hear you saying it's not hard to. Are you trying to say like the starter sets should have like say 3d6 and they'll say drop the lowest, or 4d6 and
so you didn't hear the second part that I said. The second part that I said was that it also includes those pre-generated characters, which is the training wheels aspect. And then it also has these rule books that have the additional stuff of how this is how you create a character, right? Now, wouldn't it be better for you to have those training wheels, as you put it before, and then the ability to go past those training wheels into, like, more depth?
Doesn't the Essentials kit have a few blank character sheets in case you decide, fuck it, I don't want to use character?
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. It has both. Like, the starter set that he was talking about before has only the individual character sheets that are already made, as far as I'm aware. Let me check in like an actual, because he didn't say anything about them saying that you could roll out your characters, right?
I think too a difference is one is like supposed to be a canned like adventure of these are known characters, like how to put this. It's for starter DMs. So if you are Wizards of the Coast, in the DM's guide essentially for that module, you can say Rorest Tusktooth has the ability to do this, which will come in handy in this fight. And it's sort of giving the DM a bit more tools of like, these are known quantities that will complete, like...
Well, so the Essentials kit also has an adventure like that, does it not?
Oh, I thought the Essentials kit was just like...
No, the Essentials kit
stuff.
has newly designed rulebook onboards players by teaching them how to make characters, and included adventure, Dragon of Icespire Peak, and introduces a new one-on-one rules variant. Let me make sure. 5e. What is in? Yes, that's what I want. So 81 cards as well to describe magic items and such. Now, I might have been mistaken in this aspect because it might not actually have pre-made characters. Let me see. Because if it doesn't have pre-made characters, then I think that you're right that the starter set would be better for brand new, like, this is a baby, you know?
The implication I've always gotten is the starter set is what you grab off of the shelf at Target if you and your friends are just hanging out, you haven't hung out in a few months, and you're like, fuck it, let's try D&D.
Mm-hmm.
The Essentials kit is if you have played D&D once before.
Yeah, looking into it, yeah, you're right. Okay. I was under the impression that it also had pre-gen characters. If it also had pre-gen characters, then I feel like it would be better. Like, it would be both, right? It would be the training wheels, and then you can go on to do other things if you want to, right? But I was mistaken, so I concede.
I bet you feel really silly right now.
No, I feel more knowledgeable, actually.
That's just another way of saying silly.
That's true.
Yeah. Shut up.
Thank you.
Let me set forth this narrative.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I feel very silly and stupid, and I'm glad that you pointed that out and made me wrong.
Ha ha! Ha 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 ha!
I would say the box set works pretty well. It is what they're for. Yeah. So, like, this is the thing. You have two... This is the other thing, though. You have two starter sets. You have this newer one, which... Then you have... Which is the Icespire Dragon or something that he just talked about, which has all that stuff already filled in. I don't know what it's like in the starter set, but he'll get to the other starter set. The first starter set that came out for 5e. Which I assume at this point is kind of outdated, considering there's a second one that they released. So we'll see. But this Essentials kit is your next step if you were to go from the box to box route, right? Which you don't do that. they're like $60 a piece. Probably not. How much are these? Hold on. We must find out now. Starter set. D&D.
I think they're like 30 or 40.
Still a lot. Oh, no. Okay, that's $20 for the starter set that he was just talking about, and $20 about, actually $18.99 apparently, for the Essentials kit, and then $17.99 for the original starter set. So it's actually not as bad as I was thinking.
Okay.
So, yeah. But even so, you don't need to buy all that.
Plus 2, like, if it's like 2 to 6 years, then like $18 divided up 2 to 6 ways if your friends roll like that.
Sure.
Then that's like $3 a person. That's
that's not too bad.
A very good cost for a night event.
That's true. Or you can just go look it up. Do it for free. Ginny told me about
or you have that one and you all bully him and say like you're doing this campaign, and then the DM goes, well, yeah, sometime in the future, and then you all go, we're buying dice today, and then the DM goes, oh, and that's how my first campaign started.
You were called, and then you were dragged across the mental glass.
Literally.
Yeah.
It wasn't so much like a call to DM, like some heroic narrative that Garibay tries to push.
Right.
It was more like someone dragged me out of bed.
Jeannie D told me about the solo adventure toolbox, which looked cool. It might work for the new player who can't find a group. Yeah, absolutely. There's also in that Essentials kit, sorry, not the Essentials kit, in the, or in one of the kits, I think it was the Essentials kit, actually, now I'm thinking about it. There is also the variant of one-on-one rules, right? So that you could do that, which, you know, it doesn't need to be published as a thing. You can just do one-on-one stuff if you know how to play the game, really, and you're DMing for somebody. But it is there, so it's for somebody who doesn't, like, it's for, like, in a family, if you have, like, your kid brother, and you're like, hey, a kid brother, I'm gonna run you through a thing, and then they go, I don't know what that means, and you go, I don't either, let's do it. So, you know, something like that.
A box that you have to kind of assemble yourself, but a bunch of cards with NPCs and magic items and initiative order for you. There's also a DM screen and a whole map. So this one, the Essentials kit, really just gives you kind of low quality versions of these other accessories for D&D to give
low quality? In what way?
Maybe the cards have a very poor feel to them.
But that's already more than you get from...
I don't know. Having like literal cards that
Like handouts, yeah.
like with the art of this is the NPC. Look at this bitchin' rabbit mask they have.
Yeah.
That seems
Did I miss something?
pretty alright.
I'm gonna bring it back.
And also a DM screen, that's just a standard DM screen.
It's
like,
really, it's fine.
Unless if you want to drop money
Yeah.
on getting like a better one.
Yeah, but it's probably got all the information you'll ever need in like those quick
And
seconds
then
that a
some.
DM screen does. Yeah. And then like the map?
I know how those DM screens are, because like
I have one.
I have two of them.
Yeah.
I have one, and then one I stole from like a player at my table.
Yeah.
Because like I arrange my DM screens so that they're like side by side.
Yeah.
And I've got like a big work area.
Yeah.
I don't know about low quality. That
dude, I don't know. That was a strange thing to say, and we must have missed something. So let's see.
About how to create your own characters. It includes a box that you have to kind of assemble yourself, but a bunch of cards with NPCs and magic items and initiative order for you. There's also a DM screen and a whole map. So this one, the Essentials Kit, really just gives you kind of low quality versions of these other accessories for D&D.
I see. Low quality versions in comparison to other things, apparently. That already exists.
Yeah.
But first, if that DM screen is the one that you get when you buy a DM screen. I looked at it. It is the exact same one. Hold on.
Yeah.
It is 100%.
I'm very familiar with how the backside of it looks.
Yeah.
But like,
yeah.
It feels kind of weird. Yeah, because like I always loved the art of the giant purple worm.
Yeah.
And like the guy dragging off the paralyzed dude.
It must be that this is made of like paper, not the hardbacked like covers thing that they did for the actual ones.
Maybe.
That must be it. I don't know. But even so, my guy, this is already value as fuck, because you don't need to buy that other one. That other one just has a little bit more of a hardback, which, granted, might last a little longer, but just take care of this one, you know? Or,
yeah, like, make like Garibay and laminate your map.
Yeah, or do that. Or, put this in a hardback. Like, put this DM screen into something that has, like, a hard cover. Something, so that you can keep it a bit better that way. And then the cards themselves... Brother, I have some of these D&D cards, okay? I got some of them for, like, Christmases and birthdays from my mom back in the day, right? And they're fine, but also they bring up a bunch of, like... Or, sorry, they put out a bunch more content that are not included in those cards. Not going to be included in these cards either. But, like, they're irrelevant after a while. Like and these ones are at least part of this kit that I didn't have to spend like $20 on a pack of fucking cards that are official and more laminated and stuff.
Also, like, trying to say that an Essentials Kit is a lower quality version of aftermarket goods, like, yeah, that's how aftermarket goods work.
Yeah, also true.
If you're buying something for $20 that just gives you the whole game, I would expect, if I went to a store and I saw, oh, here's minis and the book and dice and cards, all for $20, I'm not going to open it up expecting to find the most pristine mini.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
like that's just kind of to be expected.
Yeah, so like I'm very confused as to, like, sure, if I want better quality, I'll go get better quality, I guess. But at the same time, it doesn't matter in this case, because this is $20 for this value. Like, what do you mean? What do you... This stuff could last literally years and years on its own. Just take a little care of it. And also, complaining a little bit about building a small box to put the cards in.
Yeah,
I don't know, man.
It feels to me a little like we're belaboring this point, but
I don't know.
Yeah, point being we have different takes.
Yeah. Let's see. Good evening, everyone. Oh, did you leave and come back? Oh, welcome back. I went ahead and tacked on another comment to my last one, just so you know. Don't worry, I saw. All game devs need to do for a good D&D video game is just make a video game version of Solo Adventures Toolbox. Maybe. Yeah. Sounds like the video has gone downhill since I got distracted. No, it's just a weird thing to say. Bob the Builder.
Honestly, it's kind of an aside too. It's not even like a main feature of his video.
Well, it's part of the point of why you should buy it or not. And he's telling you it's lower quality, which automatically makes you think, "Oh, I shouldn't buy it then." Right?
Yeah.
So it is actually part of it.
I mean, maybe it wouldn't scare me off personally.
That's fair, but the wording is still something of like driving you away from it a bit.
Yeah, it is definitely a bit disparaging for unknown reasons.
Yes, exactly. Bob the Builder's privilege is showing. I don't know, man. It's just weird. It's just strange. That's all.
The Essentials kit really just gives you kind of low quality versions of these other accessories for D&D to give you a taste of what it's like and what tools you might or might not be interested in going forward investing in the hobby. And the adventures in these are both pretty good, but not as good as the adventure in this one, the original starter set.
Lost Mines of Phandelver. Yeah, that's the one that everybody likes a lot. It's the starting D&D adventure. Yep.
Okay.
Containing the Lost Mines of Phandelver. But if you just want the adventure, you don't need to get this set anymore because that adventure is actually free for everybody on D&D Beyond.
Thank you for on D&D Beyond. Of course, yes, understood.
that is a pretty big caveat.
Immediately, I was gonna say, "Oh yeah, that's a good thing," but then, yeah, that's right. Everything that's a PDF is D&D Beyond, so you've already. Go
check it out. Now there are two other.
The video was published before.
Oh yeah.
Everything went down.
Yeah. And yeah, D&D Beyond, huh? Well, future me has stuff to tell you, Bob. Yeah, exactly. Past Bob doesn't know about these things. This is past Bob. It's fine.
Yeah. No. Past Bob is living in blissful ignorance. Don't tell him.
Now, I want to stress this, where he now seems to have skipped the context, more of the contents of this box, other than just the adventure, which, yes, the adventure's in there and stuff, but also it has the pre-made characters. I know this for a fact. It has pre-made characters and the dice and all that kind of stuff still. I just need to...
But if you just want the adventure, you don't need to get this set anymore because that adventure is actually free for everybody on D&D Beyond. Go check it out. Now, there are two other box sets. They're sort of crossover.
Yeah, okay, so before we get to those other box sets, it's like, we just completely skipped over... Like, you said that it was better because there's an adventure in it, but if somebody doesn't know and is coming to your video to figure out what they want to buy, you have told them nothing.
Yeah, they're not going to know that it contains the same stuff as the your first product that you highlighted.
Yes, so not a good point for you there. So, oh well, I guess.
Unfortunately, this is something where, given that you are talking to players who don't know up from down, you're going to have to cross the same territory a lot of times, which is unfortunate, but that's just kind of our life as those of us who know the hobby and want to share it with people.
And you don't need to do too much. You can just list off what it has the same. Like, you don't have to go in depth, right? It's not necessary for you to, but, you know.
Yeah, just say it contains these same elements as what was in the first product, but people like the adventure. It is a well-known class.
Yep, that's all you need. That's it. And then go into you can get it on D&D Beyond. Totally fine.
Yeah, and in fact, it's so popular, the Wizards gives it away for free on D&D Beyond.
Yeah, exactly.
A site that will remain well used and beloved
for all time.
Interminably.
Oh, looking back. Good stuff. Are we really at a point when 2020 to 2022 qualifies as happier days? In some respects.
when 2020 is the good years.
Now remember, this was like a month or so, I think. Let me make sure. But I believe this was a month or so before the OGL stuff. Let me make double sure here. Bob World Builder.
All the OGL drama is over. I should check out Garabay's channel, see if he's still posting about it.
Oh, Jesus Christ. This was 6 months ago.
I got the angriest I ever have at Garabay, and it's had the reverse effect of, instead of not watching his content, I seek it out.
Sure. This was posted August 17th, 2022. This was before anything that was going on yet. So yeah, this was happier times for D&D, at least in a respect. It had to be out longer because he mentioned it had to have been longer because he mentioned before Spelljammer comes out. Yes. Yep. Also that true.
Oh, true.
One of them is a Rick and Morty themed set, and the other one is a Stranger Things themed set. And I've heard that one, the Stranger Things one, is actually pretty good.
If I have to roll a 13 to cast a fireball to defeat Demogorgon, I swear to God, I'll die.
And I might check it out because I am a big fan of Stranger Things, but not so much with Rick and Morty. So I have no reason to really want to buy that set, and I think you should follow that advice as well. After you've had
no, that's true. If you're interested in those properties, look into them, I guess. Yes, that is fair. Because otherwise, like, there's no point. And also, nobody likes Rick and Morty anymore, so, like, fuck it.
This was also before the whole Justin Roiland controversy.
Yes, though it did tank well before that, too. Unfortunately.
I don't know, dude. Rick and Morty has forever occupied the same exact place for me that South Park does. And it's something that I never seek out, but if it's on at someone's house when I like go over there, I'm like, oh yeah, this show.
Yeah. But like there is a clear point when it did just fucking go downhill. Like there is a clear point that you can look at and go, oh.
I don't really know if it ever was uphill.
No, it was pretty good for a while. It was. There was a time.
Season 1 was alright. In fairness, season 1 I did like watch, and I was like, alright, and then I just kind of never cared.
It was good. It was good for a while, and then it dropped like pretty hard when it did drop. But it took a while to get there. Anyway, the Rick and Morty set, what the hell? Yeah, that was a long time ago. Don't worry about it. Don't look into it. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Had your introduction to D&D with some of the box sets, or just by playing in a campaign for a while, and you're ready to really like dig in. You think
so? Now let me look into the starter set now, because again, this has not been established in any respect, other than there's an adventure there. But I could have sworn that it also included.
He showed us inside the box.
Yes, that's true. Let me see. Yeah, previous starter set. That's the one that I want to look at. Okay. This one included. Yeah, it also had the 64-page adventure book, a 32-page rule book for playing characters level 1 to 5, 5 pre-generated characters with character sheets and supporting reference material, and 6 dice. Now, pre-generated characters were your prerequisites for it being more beginner friendly, friend. So why is the starter set not over there with the beginner DMs and players? Okay. Anyway.
Oh, fuck. Yeah, no, I was looking at that starter set and thinking it was like just another essentials kit.
No.
Because I've seen that art on an essentials kit before.
Yep.
Nope.
I'm confused already.
Wait.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep. It's just, it's a little inconsistent there. But okay.
Yeah, it's nothing that ruins the video, but it is a definite wrinkle.
Yep. Especially when you don't go into it at all, and you just say, this is better for people with experience.
Yeah,
mm-hmm.
And it's literally one starter set is the exact same as the other starter set, except the adventure is slightly different.
Yes, the adventure is different. And, okay, sure. I'm at an age in my life where things like Rick and Morty doesn't click for me even from the start, the way South Park did when it started growing up. That is absolutely fair. That is absolutely fair. I've never watched South Park, and I do want to watch it on occasion, maybe sometime. But it's never been something that I've sought out, just like Aiden said.
Yeah, the South Park has always existed in the place for me where I go over to a friend's house and we set it on the TV as falling asleep.
Yeah, it's fair.
And then it that was where Rick and Morty was growing.
Absolutely fair. Absolutely.
Or not Rick and Morty, sorry, South Park.
Yeah.
And I've got a few clips of South Park in my head, and I'm not sure if they actually happened or were fever dreams.
Also fair, because it could be either.
Yeah, it really could. The more I see of South Park, the less sure I become of myself.
Absolutely fair. Yes. It will make you question everything. I've been watching Castlevania. It's important for you to know that. Castlevania is good.
Castlevania is
good.
Very good show. I love Castlevania.
I started season 3.
Yeah.
Was it 3? Is that what the one with
the 3 is the last one?
Yeah. I started it and I didn't go through it. I just stopped because I was like, I just didn't watch it.
Honestly,
yeah. From what I hear, this is a thing.
The last couple episodes of season 3, were in such a way that I think you got the most you could out of that series.
Oh, sick! Because I really like season 1 and 2, and that's all I need, really.
Season 1 was
it was the
fantastic, yeah. It was season 1 was best. I want to say season 2 had a few very cool spots.
Yes.
And season 3 had one very cool spot where. If you literally just look up daylight armor,
sure,
that's all you need for.
Okay, cool. Tried to keep it as spoiler free for you as possible there, Lux. So there you go. Space Dandy is better than Rick and Morty for me personally. That's fair. I've never watched Space Dandy, so I can't say.
Think, hey, this D&D stuff is fun. I want to know more. You want the Player's Handbook.
Yeah.
This is, in my opinion, the one and only core rulebook of D&D. They'll tell you there's a Dungeon Master's Guide and a Monster Manual, and then all these other books that, you should get. No, this is really the only one that you actually need. Still don't even need it because the basic rules are free online.
Wait, well, it's on D&D Beyond, but wait!
But yeah, no. 100% agree.
Yeah, there's no contention here.
Yeah.
But this one, let's check it out. It gives you a good introduction to what D&D is all about. Like many of the D&D books, there's awesome art throughout it. But this one gives you the...
I'm realizing something right now and getting a bit mad of it. or
Okay.
because of it, rather.
Yeah, I'm excited.
Think of how fucking awesome the art is, and like even say back here where
Still don't even need it because the basic rules are free online. But this one, let's check it out. It gives you a good introduction to.
Look at that fucking awesome art. And then think of the art of like later on when you go through like all your classes and stuff and like monsters, and they've already kind of got you at that point, so the quality of the art goes kind of downhill.
Oh, sure.
And then I compare it to the art of monsters in say Pathfinder 2e or even Magic the Gathering, another WotC property. And I at a job like a couple jobs ago, I literally sat in the lunchroom and watched two of my coworkers play Magic the Gathering. And it felt like every 5 minutes I was saying, that card is so fucking cool.
Yeah, they're all really cool. Shame that it's part of Magic, though.
Yeah. Literally.
Magic's fine, but it doesn't. I don't want to play Magic.
I started playing Runeterra recently.
Okay.
Because a friend like got me into it.
Sure.
And you know, the art in Runeterra is fucking gorgeous.
Sure. Yeah.
And the worst part about it is the fact that it's affiliated with League of Legends. Like, I see
so is
Shadow Isle
Arcane,
stuff, and I see Demacia stuff, I see Shadow Isle stuff.
Yeah.
I see fucking Bilgewater stuff.
Yes.
And I'm like, hell yeah, let's go.
Yes.
And the whole time I have like Pike's theme playing in my mind whenever I see Bilgewater stuff, and I'm like, yeah, let's go. And then I remember, where's Pike from? League. Oh no. And then like I get 1,000-yard stare of like
do you remember
like
all of our years?
Yeah,
do you remember the days?
Like I served in Nam, and like
hey man,
I snap back to the present, and I'm like,
that's true.
Breathing quickly.
That's true. You served in Nam whilst I was down there in the war, in the Great War, back in the day. Ugh. Yeah, no, I get you.
But in fairness, you had to deal with trench warfare. I didn't.
I did. And honestly, sometimes it was better that way, okay?
Life was simpler then.
Oh, God.
Hey, I will be right back.
Okay. Gotta promote that D&D Beyond machine. Hey man, it was back in the day when, you know, and also, even then, we weren't totally into it, but, you know. The books are worth it for the art alone if you got the coins, of course. No, I don't think so. I'd rather just buy the art book, and that's it. Because there is an art book for D&D stuff. Just buy that if you want art. Don't just buy the books if you just want the art. Like, legitimately don't.
What D&D is all about. Like many of the D&D books, there's awesome art throughout it, but this one gives you the full rules and honestly a little bit of a better walkthrough for character creation than the Essentials kit, which also does include those rules. All the main playable races, all the main character classes, all the way to level 20, which by the way, you probably won't need because most people only play up to like level 12-ish and then campaign.
It's 10 actually, but yeah, I agree. I got people on YouTube to tell me the rules. Yeah, that's fair as well.
Just die. It's got all the important rules and feats and spells, like all the main spells that you really could want are in here. This book has it all. So as a player or a DM, the player's handbook is the one that you should look to first. Yes. And I could seriously like end the video there, but we're gonna keep going because you've just hit a turning point in our decision tree. If you've decided, hey, I mostly want to stick to being a player, I really like that, I don't think I want to DM very often, then you really just want to look at one of, or maybe both.
Oh, Tasha's. Oh, that's right. Tasha's exists. Literally, I don't know if this is for anybody else. Well, I know a lot of you out there don't play 5e, right? Which is fine. But I don't know about anybody else who does play 5e that might be watching this. But I literally always forget that Tasha's exists. Like, when I see a thing that I don't recognize, I just say, is that from Tasha's? And then I either get a yes, or I get, I don't know. But usually it's a yes. So, you know. Tasha, that seductress that can't take no for an answer. That's right. Yeah, I don't know of a supplement that I have cared about less than Tasha's. I don't know. I mean, when we went through it, it might just be the variant rules and stuff. There's some good stuff in there. Don't get me wrong. But it's one of those things that I just forget. I don't know why. Xanathar's is in my brain. Xanathar's is one of my books that I highly recommend. But Tasha's is one of those ones that's like a supplement that has good stuff in it that I just don't look at all. I don't know it. And I don't want to, you know? Hey, I broke my rule against pre-ordering games because GameStop was offering me a piece of wood. I'm not proud of myself, though. You shouldn't be, first off. Second off, what? How did you... What? A piece of wood? Just wait until after the fact and buy the wood. What? Huh? It might be, like, really expensive at that point, to be fair, but... What? I only play in one 5e game with people I like. No intention on any future D&D games and content, at least under Wizards of the Coast. That's fair. That's absolutely fair. Absolutely fair. Dude, whatever you want to do, however you want to engage with D&D, and you don't want to at all, that's absolutely fair, and I do not judge you whatsoever. I think that nobody would, right? Except for Garrett Bay, right? But really, at the end of the day, does that matter? Of course it does. Yeah, I have my 5e game with my friends that I've been running, and the one that we do on Wednesdays that's still on hiatus, but when that starts back up, it'll be 5e as well. And like, I got nothing against it. It's fine, right? We have fun with it, but that's mostly because I'm engaging with the characters and stuff, which could be done in any other D&D version / role-playing game. It's just that, you know, one of those things. I've been trying to turn my D&D game that I've been running on Saturdays to more of a skill-based kind of thing in a lot of ways. I'm calling for a lot more skill rolls in a lot of things. Because I feel like, you know, I like skills, and I miss there being a lot of skills. So I just use some skills for other things just to see what's going on, right? And I call for them a lot now. Because I like it. I like it a lot. I like skill-based systems. Without D&D, Garrett Bay would be living an existential crisis and forming a cult around D&D. Yeah, as if he wasn't already. Yeah. Anyway.
Of these books. Together, they contain probably close to like 100 new subclasses not in the player's handbook. And then beyond.
Is that true? Hold on. I have my Xanathars literally at hand. Because...
Oh, hello, Alejo. Welcome back.
Oh, I've been here the whole time.
God damn it. Okay.
Uh-huh.
I
can see my levels, you bitch.
In my mind, I was like, you were going to react. Oh, did I like go somewhere? And I'd be like, nah, it was me who left, but I had you going, didn't I?
Nope.
And instead, you have turned this around on me and made me the fool.
I have done that. Haha.
Damn it.
At the moment, we're on Xanathar's and Tasha's.
Okay.
Which I was saying this before. I forget that Tasha's exists, and I recommend Xanathar's.
Yeah. What's his take on Tasha's?
We haven't gotten to Tasha's specifically yet, but he said that overall they have like maybe 100 or so subclasses between them both combined. Additional subclasses, which I don't care to fact check on the exact number, but sure. It's a lot. I'll give him the hyperbole. It's a lot of stuff for subclasses.
Yeah, I think it's more like 24, but
Yeah.
um,
It's an exclusive piece of...
it is a lot.
Yeah. It's an
Um,
exclusive piece of wood, to be fair. It might have some value. It's something of a gamble, though. All right, well, when you get it, let us know, because that's cool. If it's so. But even so, I'm disappointed with you. Go on, sorry.
would.
Yeah, it's part of a pre-order thing, apparently.
Uh,
So I'm disappointed.
Also, I don't know, like, when I first got Tasha's, I was like, wow, this kind of is hot garbage.
Yep. Remember
I
when we
wouldn't
covered
recommend
it?
anyone buy this. We did.
It sucked.
But my opinion has like gone to more of a neutral stance of
That's
like,
absolutely fair.
yeah, there is a lot of really cool stuff in Tasha's
Yeah, I'm
that
sure.
I like because it has like aesthetics that are like meant for me
Sure.
practically.
Sure.
Um,
Well, this is like I was saying before. If something I don't recognize is brought up, and I go, "Is that from Tasha's?" People usually go, "Yes," and then I go, "Okay, what is that?" And then I never like look at Tasha's. I just have them tell me what it is and look at that spell or whatever it is, right?
yeah, no, that's honestly kind of fair. I don't think I could in good conscience recommend someone buy Tasha's.
Hmm.
Especially if they are a newcomer to D&D. I like do not buy Tasha's. You
Yeah,
do
yeah.
not need it. And honestly, given it's kind of just got a few things in it and that's it.
Yep.
Like it's got subclasses, it's got spells, and a warlock patron. No, a few warlock patrons,
Yep.
and then that's it.
Yep. But their wild magic barbarian subclass sucks, and don't use it.
Yeah, it does.
You son of a bitch! Why would you put that in a book?
I had been trying to forget that, and I was doing pretty well until you so rudely reminded me of
I
it.
will never forget this. That is the one thing that I will always remember that exists. I don't look at Tasha's. I don't think about Tasha's. I think about wild magic barbarians and how much control they have over their wild magic.
Well, it's not control. It's just exclusively good things.
Which, yeah, that's true. I guess that's how much benefits they get from having been touched by wild magic is a better way to put it. Yeah.
Which really isn't wild magic.
No.
Is it?
No, it's not.
Like, Mistra was in a good fucking mood that day.
Apparently.
On that, it is extra tools for Dungeon Masters, some new spells. I really like Xanathar's Guide because, as you can see here in the back, it has tons of tables of names, which is really, really helpful as a DM. But honestly, these books are just accessories, mostly gear.
I recommend Xanathar's if you are a DM.
I recommend it if you're a player or a DM, because you can still use those names for like player stuff if you really can't think of a name. And also all of the stuff for literally how did my class become the way that it is, like what was my origin. Like there's tons of tables in there for that. There's the tools.
There's Tabaxi.
Yes, there's Tabaxi. There's so many
Loxodons.
things. No, Loxodons is from it is from the Ravnica stuff. Not yeah.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, it's from the magic stuff. Yeah.
Guild Coast, whatever. But yeah, no, like, don't get me wrong, like it's a decent purchase, even if you're a player, yeah. But like,
especially
if you are a first time DM, and like coming up with names is a very common struggle for new DMs.
Mm-hmm.
Having like a list in the back that you can reference makes it objectively just a more advantageous purchase for a new DM than a new player.
Uh, well, so that's, I guess, maybe. Also, apparently,
Like
Tabaxi is from
you're gonna
Volos, so that's true.
like you as like even if you have a very fleshed out backstory, you may be making a couple dozen NPC names. If you
Yes.
are a DM creating a world,
Yes.
like you might need a few hundred.
Yeah. Yeah, actually, I think,
Unless if you have goldfish players, which is
sure.
honestly kind of the dream.
Sure. Yeah, I think there is a lot that is actually better for DMs, but I think that yeah, I think it's more skewed for DMs. You're right. You're right. I think you're right. Um, I would buy an audiobook of the rules if read by Mez and Boris. Hint, hint. Oh, we couldn't sell an unofficial
No.
audiobook, but I would totally read stuff as Mez. Yes. That is something that I would totally do. Absolutely.
I would totally read stuff as Boris. If you want to go to my what's the website called? This Mixer?
What?
The where like you pay like actors and voice actors to like read
Oh,
out certain
that's not
things.
No, Mixer was a streaming site that died.
Oh, oh.
No. It's Cameo. Cameo is what you're thinking.
Cameo, yes.
No, if you send me something and send me money, I will read it for you, I suppose. But it has to be within reason, obviously. Because I'm not gonna fucking read some heinous shit, obviously.
Yeah, no.
Just joking about the buying part. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah. So far Xanathar's. Now we're getting to Tasha's.
Toward players, but they kind of tried to hook DMs by having these extra rules, which are not like super important and they don't supersede anything in the main rules. They're just for fun. Similar to these, we have, of course, the dungeon.
I guess Tasha's is under the umbrella of what he said about Xanathar's, although he said, I like Xanathar's a lot. Okay.
Yeah, no, like
It's fine. It's whatever.
both can be useful to new players. So it all really depends of the part that makes this so difficult of why it's so difficult to recommend stuff to new players is because new players play D&D at like different levels, I guess. True. Are you looking to join up to a campaign? Are you looking to join up to a one-shot? Are you looking to like be super on board, like, yeah, dude, I'm gonna make a 12-page backstory with the tie-ins into the world? Or are you like, I was an orphan and then I was orphaned again and now I'm a rogue?
Yeah.
Like, it really, because D&D is quite literally what you make of it, it's then hard for people that are like in D&D to say, oh, yes, person who I don't know and know nothing about, you will or won't definitely need this.
Yeah, that's why I say I recommend and personally think that you should get Xanathar's. Just one, because it has all the stuff in it of like the subclasses and stuff, but it also has the rules and stuff, which can interest somebody to actually becoming a DM, because DMing is really easy. Like, it's incredibly easy, and like seeing all this, all of these guidelines that are set before you that are more structured can be something that you can go, oh, I can refer to this so that I don't get overwhelmed by all of these nebulous rules for some things, right? Because these ones have hard and fast ones for like crafting magic items, or pricing some magic items, and like it has magic items mostly is my point. But
yeah, but Alejo,
but also
it has tables, and tables are
the devil. Yes. Well, I was also gonna say it has the relationships between skills and tools, right? There's a lot of cool things in here. Fucking adamantine weapons, even like all that kind of stuff is in here, and it's good. So I think that it's all over Tasha's, I would say, something that would actually interest a lot more people in that kind of aspect if they are so inclined. And even if they're not, it's something else that they can look at and go, "Oh, I could do that." Oh, so I don't know. Tasha's might have some things in like that, but the rules in Tasha's, I don't know, man.
Dungeon Master's Guide. So if you want to be the DM, this has all kinds of great tips for building out your own world, writing your own adventures. There are tons of cool optional rules in here, and players will know this book because it does contain, like, where are they? All of the magic items of D&D. But really, you should only be looking into getting the Dungeon Master's Guide if you plan on like really digging in as a dungeon master. There's just a lot.
Yeah, and you're brand new to anything D&D at all.
Yeah.
It's some good stuff for, it's got like 3 good things if you're a veteran. Kind of. But, I don't know. But if you're brand fucking new to D&D, yeah.
Honestly, the Dungeon Master's Guide has one very important part of it. Hold on.
It's the city building part, isn't it?
No. I always know how to find the Dungeon Master's Guide because I rank my books from left to right in terms of usefulness, where left is the most useful.
Oh.
And the DMG is always my rightmost book.
That is fair.
The DMG has one very important.
Is it page 4?
It is page 4.
Yes, it's page 4. Okay.
Yeah,
yep.
yeah, page 4, where it says, "Do what the fuck you want."
Mm-hmm.
Even if a player says, "Well, according to the rules, it's this," say, "Fuck you."
Yeah.
And that's a direct quote from the book.
That's right. That's entirely true. Yeah. Yeah. Page 4. Yeah, you're right. I guess it's hard to tell new players just do whatever the hell they want. Apparently.
In fairness, though, I do kind of understand why it's so difficult to tell new players that.
So
because they have infinite options available to them, and they go, but what do? I want to make a good campaign, though. So having a little bit of structure.
If we're talking about
sometimes...
DMs, yeah, in that respect.
Yeah.
Because if we're talking about players, I usually curtail it to, well, what do you want to play? Like, what kind of character do you want to play, right? And then we go from there.
Literally, the first thing I ask any new player who's new to D&D in general is I say, what sort of person do you want to be? Do you want to be on the front lines with a sword?
Right.
Do you want to be on the back lines with a bow and arrow? Do you want to be on the back lines casting spells?
Right.
Do you want to do a mix of any 2 of those 3?
Yeah, I don't start there just in case they already have an idea, right? Because I it's one of those things that if they have an idea, they'll bring it forth, and if they go, I have no idea, then you start going into those kinds of things where you give them a little bit more of a structure for them to go from, right?
I've not run into that yet, personally.
That's fair. Actually, one of my players had played before, so I guess, but hadn't played in so long that they'd forgotten a lot. But they had an idea of like, this is what I kind of want my character to be, and I was like, oh, okay, well then we can work from there. And then I made their backstory for them. After asking for. Anyway. So
I felt what was in your soul for like a half a second.
Yeah. I try not to think. But yeah, so that's not brand new, but sometimes brand new probably could be like, I'm inspired by such and such from this, so I want to be kind of like that, right? Um that's
I want to be Geralt.
right, exactly.
No, not Geralt like Geralt.
Yeah, then I go, oh
My
well,
name my name will be Geralt. I in fact looked up a fantastic video by one Tulok. Have you heard of him?
No, what? No, never heard of him. Still puts that stuff out every day, every fucking day.
Like Crit Crab, he has found his brand and clung to it.
I know, but even so. Fourth idea, do you want to be the hype man bard singing in the background? Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it's, and even for like new DMs, I'd probably start with, okay, so do you have thoughts on a world, or do you want to be like able to just reference it already, like it'll be there and you just go, it's there, and I don't have to think about like every single bit, right? Because then I go, oh, a module's for you. Or, okay, so how realistic do you want it to be for the other side, right?
A fantastic question to ask a prospective DM to is, what sort of scale do you want? Do you want to make just a country or a town, maybe? Then like pre-built adventures.
Yes.
Do you want a world, in which case use something like an already established world, like I did with the Elder Scrolls, and grew to the point where those training wheels eventually became more restrictive.
Yes. Someone asked me to be Geralt, I'll say who and boomer them out of the table. Haven't those books been around for like years?
Oh yeah, they have.
Yeah. So you might be just uninformed.
That being said, though,
yeah,
they've only been around since like the late 90s, I think.
Oh, really? I thought they were older than that.
Oh, no.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. I retract.
I'll look up the first Witcher book.
Sure.
And its published date.
Well, then my ignorance will push them out of the table. Fair.
Blood of Elves. Sorry, 1994. So technically early 90s.
Okay. Oh. Anyway.
A lot of stuff in here that will be inspiring to you. That is the purpose of this book, and it does it pretty well. And now, this next recommendation might sound a little weird, but at this point, kind of early in your D&D journey, you've gotten through a box set or two, maybe one or two of these core books, and here's when I think you should take a look in the wide world of third-party 5e materials.
Hell yeah.
And so here's one that I really like. It's called Historica Arcanum City of the Crescent. It is a setting book and campaign book and player options all in one for adventuring in the real-world ancient city of Istanbul while it is modernizing in the 19th century. So it is this really unique concept of blending history and fantasy together in a way that you will just never ever see in an official D&D book.
You're right, because they don't do that. And also, if your player or somebody has no interest in history, this is not for them. But I agree that maybe looking into third-party content at this point is cool, but at the same time, okay, so we've gone through a box, presumably one box. We have our player's handbook and our DMG. Would you not go for more material that is like if you want a module slash adventure slash all of these things, wouldn't you go for
Yeah,
official
where's
stuff?
Ravnica? Where's
Yeah,
Ravnica on this?
yeah, but like that's what I'm saying. Like go for those beforehand because you don't have to worry about any of the extra rules or anything at this point, right? You go from the monsters that are given, they give you the stat blocks, they tell you how to run them in the modules. Wouldn't you go for modules now? Not third-party content because that stuff might do things
In
differently.
in fairness, um, there is one third-party book I have. It's called The Dreaded Accursed, or sorry, The Ultimate Bestiary, The
Yes.
Dreaded Accursed, and it's
Yes.
all about various undead,
Understood.
and it's fucking cool. And
Yes.
it promotes alternative stat blocks
Okay.
for like creatures found within for like ghouls, wights, zombies, whatever.
Sure.
And that can affect how the game played in a broader sense than because like if you take a wight from Dreaded Accursed
Okay.
and transplant it into a different module, that has more impact for how the game is played as a whole than just that module. That
Yes.
that module affects only its own adventure, but if you
So,
take that white and you go, that's pretty neat, and you take it, like,
yeah. Yeah. My point though is are we experienced enough at this point to go into the alternative stuff, right?
I would say so. If you are if you're familiarized with the PHB and the DMG, then yeah,
Really?
yeah. The PHB is technically all you really need, and
Y-
DMG is just icing that's very helpful, like Xanathar's.
Right. Okay. So
Um.
I guess my question is how long have we been playing so far? Right?
Oh.
That's what I need.
Yeah. No. This is for new players. Yeah, because
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. So
I would recommend people look into third party content if they've been playing for a year or two.
yes, exactly. So that's my point that I'm getting to here. You're already recommending this, and we have no frame of time. We just have you have gotten to this step of your decision tree, as he's put it.
I mean,
Which
in fairness,
mhm.
it is a journey that won't necessarily have set time frames.
No, I agree, but at the same time, like some experience is necessary for this, right? Like I think, and I don't know how much experience that the person has at this point. If we want to give an average, just to have something to go off of, the 1 to 2 year average I think is a good place to go from to like give an idea, right? You can say it might be that you're a little more or less experienced at this point, right? But it's really up to you if you feel like you can handle it by looking at the content in this book, right?
But fuck it, take out your parents' credit card and buy every D&D book before you ever play it.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Do it.
Also, BRB.
Okay. But yeah, so like I don't think that it's a good point to do that. Video goodness aside, he does have the best hair award. Does he? It's okay. You should not just jump into third-party stuff as a beginner DM or with little experience. I know it's tempting to make your own stuff, but it's too easy to derail things with those things. Yeah. That's the thing. That's why I'm like, I don't know where we are experience-wise, right? Because that is important, I think. Third-party content might even give you the most, am I right? So new players might not want to go deep. I don't know. Mainstream is mainstream for a reason, I guess. So just because it's mainstream doesn't mean it's good, right? I don't know all of the modules. I can't attest to all of them. I like Curse of Strahd. That one I think is pretty good, pretty decent as like it is, right? I have the original Curse of Strahd thing. Module. And I think it's got a lot of good stuff in it. There's some stuff that I'm like, why is Mordenkainen here? Mordenkainen? Yeah, Mordenkainen here. That's weird. But I think overall that it's really good as a beginning module, just because it has everything, like, and a big world that you can explore and multiple things that you can throw at your players, and you can choose which parts are like things that you want to have as part of your adventure and which parts aren't. You can choose how the villain acts. You can choose like basically the pace of the game because of all of the options that you have, right? Like that's good to me as something that is good for a new player as well. Maybe a little more experienced, actually, now that I think about it, but it's also there for like new players, right? But like the third party stuff, that's really like your experience may vary, like super hard. Like it really depends, right? It's all in different places depending, and maybe you can filter by like what's new, what's for new players. But let's be fair, new players might not know what they're looking for necessarily. Now, that's not to say that the new players / new DMs aren't intelligent enough to make that decision. I'm not saying that at all. I feel like that everybody has a basic comprehension skill that they can apply to these things and go like, oh, this is more meant for like newer DMs, newer players. If it's like level 1 to 5, usually those things are for newer players and newer DMs. But what I am saying is that something might look super cool, but you might not be able to do it as well as you think, potentially. And maybe it's just a trial by fire. This is the thing. We've all done games in different respects. And we've all kind of come up in this hobby in different ways. And it really just, whatever worked for you to get you here worked for you, right? If something threw you off or something didn't work for you, it might not just be that the system itself or whatever it is not right for you. It might just be that it wasn't the right time for you to be introduced to that kind of aspect, that module, that style of play, that whatever. You just need to like try something else to then be able to be introduced to this thing. There's a lot of fucking facets, is what I'm saying. It's annoying. It's
There
why.
sure are.
Hello. I'm just saying, like, ways to gain experience in D&D, basically. There's a lot of ways that you would, like, in playing D&D, not in the game, right?
Okay, yeah.
There's a lot of facets, so we can't account for all of them, and some might work and some might not, and it just really depends on where you are, and you will know where you are best, really. Though maybe you'll have a preconceived notion of I'm the best DM ever in all time, and it's just because nobody says that you're bad. It's possible. I don't know. But yeah, the third party content might be just something that you don't necessarily understand at that point, potentially, but it might be. It really depends. There's so much third-party content, and it doesn't fit every game unless you're highly experienced and can make those hard adjustments. Some of it, yeah, absolutely. This is the thing, right? I don't know if new players or new DMs are going to be able to get to that point and go like, yeah, I know what I'm looking for to like continue to be experienced in this stuff, which is why I think the modules that are official, that are there, are good for them to continue with. So that they can go, oh, this was made for these levels, and this has like the step-by-step everything there, which third-party stuff has too, a lot of the time. But it just, I don't know, it just, all of the modules that I've seen that Wizards put out for D&D 5e have been like, you can run it at this skill level, and this skill level, and this skill level, right? So you can kind of tailor the experience however, like, experienced you are, and it usually tells you how to do that. As far as I'm aware, this could be that some of them just don't do that well, right? That's absolutely possible. So I'm willing to be wrong on this, is what I'm saying. For new players, I mean, not if it's good or not. Oh, for the mainstream stuff? Yeah, I mean, well, that's the thing. I don't know. I think the mainstream stuff would work well for new players. I do.
The WotC branded, like the official stuff.
Yeah.
Also will, and I know you touched on Alejo, but like, they have people looking at it and going, I don't know anything about D&D. How
Yes.
beginner friendly is this?
Mhm.
Like, whereas third party content doesn't have stuff like, it doesn't have experts like RPG Pundit that they can draw on.
That's right. There's a computer game adaptation of Ravenloft from the 1995, and I think one of the characters you can recruit might actually be Mordenkainen under a different name. That's why he's in the. That's probably why he's in the Curse of Strahd as well. I never realized that before, but knowing that Mordenkainen is in the 5e module has clued me into that probably being true. Yeah, fair enough. I personally would never recommend third party to newer players. I get they don't want their ideas stifled, but minor flavoring and base gameplay adjustments can help ease them into learning the game. Yeah. I think I could have handled third party content pretty much immediately when I was a new player, but I suppose your mileage may vary. Exactly. Yes. It really depends on how experienced you are at the time and how much you can grasp the content at the time. And it's different for everybody.
D&D is a lot to try to get used to, and like think along the lines of, and you can get someone to have that, like, have their heads begin to swim very quickly.
Yes. Yep. Hey, peeps! I heard that the optimal choice on I assume that means YouTube, is TableTalk discussion and discourse. All other podcasts are niche choices and don't raise your wisdom and int scores. Thank you, Mog. Welcome to the stream.
Do not forget charisma.
That's right. That's right. Don't worry, we'll get to the optimal choices in the second video. We're not even halfway through this. So here we go. How do I raise my con? Yeah, you don't watch the show. No.
You can only get this stuff by looking into third-party materials. And yes, they are sponsoring this video to promote their
that's it. Okay. All right. I mean, I know you like it and stuff, but also I see what you did there. Okay.
next big project, Historica Arcanum Empires of the Silk Road.
It looks
which will
cool.
take you into a new historical fantasy setting all across Eurasia. So check out the quick start PDF for that book through the link below.
Yeah.
So now you've
That's cool. Yeah, it's got a free
has
thing.
a level of art I wish 5e had.
Yeah, absolutely. Garibay Marathon? Oh, no.
A Garathon.
Not Garathon. No. All right, no, please, no. Shill Bob Shill. Hey, to be fair, you gotta pay the bills, and also, it looks cool. I don't care. It's fine. It wasn't even that intrusive. But also, like, again, I don't think this is the time for third-party content. So, you know. He meant Gara of the Desert? I don't know.
You've explored a little bit of the world of third-party materials, and you're ready to dip back into some official content. Here's where you need to make kind of another.
But why?
Why?
I've got third party.
Why should you have to dip back in though?
Yeah. Why would I need to? What? Also, the third party content might be cheaper than all the rest of it. Why would you even include? I know you did it for the sponsor, but why would you even include it there? Actually, yeah, that's like halfway through the video, nearly. Okay, well, but also like, what? If I go on DM's Guild and I look at all their content, that stuff is sometimes like pay what you want for this stuff. What, which can be as little as like $1 or less.
I know what I would recommend to any first time player is homebrew.
Yeah. Like, huh? Okay. Sure, Bob. I see. It's just
pivotal decision as a DM. Do I mostly want to plug short, pre-written adventures into an official setting or my own campaign setting? Do I mostly want to run a long, pre-written campaign following a unique theme in an official D&D 5e setting? Do I mostly want to run my own adventures in an official D&D setting, or do I just want to run my own adventures in my own setting? Taking those options in reverse order, if you want to create pretty much everything yourself.
Why would you go in reverse when you... Okay, sure.
The only other official books that may interest you are the bestiaries. And the number one that you'll want to look at is the Monster Manual. It contains all of the classic D&D monsters. We got our Beholder right here on the cover, but it has art for all of them. Of course, they're like fully statted out with their stat block. You get bits and pieces of lore, and this is really the book that's going to teach you how to create monsters and just get inspired to create your own adventures based on these cool creatures. The other bestiary that I really like is Volo's Guide to Monsters.
Yeah.
We can
Very
see that
choice.
this one contains about 100.
Isn't that the only other one?
Yeah. No, there's Mordenkainen's Tomb of Foes.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah. I forgot about that one. Yeah. It's got also, like, stuff for like, tieflings and stuff that's really cool. Mordenkainen's is really great.
It focuses a lot on the Hells and the Abyss.
Yeah, it's really great, honestly.
It was one, like, I bought Mordenkainen's before I bought the TNG.
That is fair. I can buy a better module on DM's Guild for the price of a Butterfinger than something Wizards gave me for $50. Yeah. Sometimes, yeah. He recently had a video talking about how he got an email blast from Wizards of the Coast about them reaching out to content creators wanting to support the community. At least I think it was from his channel. Let me check. Okay, I was right. It was 3 weeks ago. Yeah. This was before all of that, so we don't have to worry about any of the OGL stuff and such. I'll say it again. This is before the fallout. But yes, yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. That doesn't surprise me in the slightest. He's a popular channel. They've got to try to get their brand out there to people again to get them to like things. But he has been going on, like, to be fair, he has been making videos about, like, other systems that you should be playing. If you like D&D, you might like this. If you like this kind of game, you might like this book. Like, I've seen those videos exist, and I'm like, oh, those are good. Do those, yes. Because he's changing with the landscape. Because at this point, D&D isn't the thing. Monsters of the Multiverse. Is that also a book? I don't know of it, if that's a thing.
It rings no bells for me.
It doesn't.
The only association I have with multiverse is Marvel.
Oh god.
Um,
Mordenkainen's presents Monsters of the Multiverse. Apparently that's a book.
Huh.
When was this released? May? Yes, May 2022 as a standalone, as part of a box set in January 2022. Okay. I didn't pay any attention. Cool. It's a 5e book. It's not a bad one. Fair enough. A Garibay marathon sounds spooky as shit. Yeah, it would kill me.
So I'm hearing Halloween stream.
Yeah, maybe.
Pages of lore for our classic monsters like beholders, giants, gnolls, goblinoids, hags, kobolds, mind.
But all that stuff, remember they said that all the beholders aren't that way anymore. They took out that shit. Beholders and mind flayers and orcs, they don't have that anymore. This is all irrelevant.
Flayers, orcs, and Yuan-Ti, the snake people. But this book also has a section of awesome player races, and of course functions as a bestiary. And then Mordenkainen's Tome of Foes is very similar to Volo's because it contains, yes, a ton of monsters, but also a ton of lore. But this book very much specifically focused on demons, devils, and a handful of other extra-planar places and entities. Also listed basically as a source book that's kind of a bestiary is the new Mordenkainen's Monsters.
Oh, there it is, yeah.
There you go. Hey.
Of the multiverse. But let me stress to you, viewer, that is barely a new book because it pretty much just contains all the monsters from these two, the original Mordenkainen's book and Volos. If you didn't already have these...
Oh, really? But with revised stat blocks? Really? Well, I'll take your word for it, Bob. If that's the case, then... Huh. I mean, I guess the value is there if you don't want to buy 2 books for, full price. Though, I don't know what the price is for that book, so... I don't know. But it also doesn't include the lore, so really... What are you getting, You're just getting monster stats. That's up to you, dear viewer. Up to you.
And you just want a ton of monsters, then Mordenkainen's Monsters of the Multiverse is probably a good way to go. There's also Fizban's Treasury of Dragons, which, if you really love dragons and you want even more than are already in the monster manual, because there's a ton of dragons in there, if you really want more and you want more lore about them, get Fizban's. And Spelljammer.
The college one. What was the college one that introduced? What was the college one that introduced Owlin?
Oh, dude, I don't remember. But yeah,
it was a recent one.
Yeah, that's why I don't know. It's hold on. Owlin 5e book. What book is out? Strixhaven, A Curriculum of Chaos. There you go. Garibay is only safe when... Oh, wait. Dude, Garibay is getting worse. You don't want to know how. I know. I figure. 2-for-1 sale. Yes. Garibay is only safe when watching with the table. That's true. Retcon lore and updated stat blocks. Yep, that's right. No one reads Fizban's. I don't think that's true. Alan came from...
Fizban's was kind of neat.
Yeah, I thought everybody liked Fizban's. Because it's got, as far as I remember, it has the Crystal Dragons back, which is pretty cool. Alan came from the...
liked Alan because I like birds, owls in particular.
Yeah, same. Alan came from the Hufflepuff book. That's right. No one liked that book. Oh well. I didn't hear anything about it, and when Alan ever came up, it was just like, oh, that's a thing now? Okay. Because no one's talked about Strixhaven, at least in my circle. So I don't... to be fair, no one's talking about D&D much in my circle, except for the show. So,
to have its own bestiary published, so it's going to have a lot of really wacky monsters that you probably wouldn't see in these other books. Now, if you're already good at creating your own fun quests and you just don't like the minutia of building your own world to play those quests in, you want to look at the setting books. There are 8 so far, and I only own one of them. This is
right, because he was talking about this before, and it was like, oh, this cover art is really cool, and that was the only point that I remember. But it is really cool cover art, to be fair.
It's bright as fuck.
But, yeah.
Mythic Odysseys of Theros, the special edition cover, which, in my opinion, is the coolest book cover of any D&D book ever. So while this book is a Magic the Gathering setting, now for D&D 5e, and technically not actually Greek mythology, it does such an amazing job of seeming like Greek mythology that I've come to really like this one. But let's run down the other settings.
Oh, okay.
We have the Sword Coast Adventurer's Guide, which is sort of the vanilla fantasy Forgotten Realms main setting, but I've heard that book actually doesn't do a great job of overviewing it all. You can probably get just as good enough setting info in any of the big campaigns which we're about to talk about.
Honestly, you could just go look on Wikipedia or something and be fine. It's the Sword Coast Adventurer's Guide, the book that I own, and not many other people. It's not worth your time. I promise. To be honest, I only know... Oh, sorry. Go on. Oh. Okay. To be honest, I only know that Strixhaven is a thing that exists, and I'm only guessing at how to spell it. It's an I think, not a Y. I think? I don't remember. I already looked at it, and I don't remember. I remember it when in 3.5 days, when Dragon Magazine could be bought at your LFGs, they would put out articles on how vile drow were and insert graphic content that would get this channel a strike. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's okay. Things can't be evil anymore. Not even beholders. So don't worry about it.
I have returned to this podcast.
I
Don't
see.
you wish to shower me with praise and adoration?
So moving on. I own the Sword Coast Guide, so you're not alone. That's fair enough. Local friendly game store. The F got me. Okay, friendly game store. Got it. Time to head home. Have a good drive.
Guildmaster's Guide to Ravnica is another Magic the Gathering setting that I know very little about, but my understanding is that it's kind of an urban setting, and yeah, there are like these powerful guilds that your characters are a member of, and then they have some special features based on what guild they're in. Seems kind of interesting, but doesn't have anything distinct enough that really grabs my attention. Similarly...
So, I would think that you'd do more research, considering you're talking about these things for other people, not just yourself. But I guess that's the bare bones that you need to get somebody to be interested, potentially. But it was so vague.
Also, I do have a little bit of a contention about, like, oh, it has nothing that grabs me.
Yeah.
Like,
so?
Okay. It may grab someone else, though.
Yeah,
Like, I talk about liking Tasha's because it has a lot of stuff that grabs me.
Yeah.
But I don't let that flavor my recommendation for people.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because if you want me to give reasoning for why I think Xanathar's is good and you should get it if you're in 5e, I have my tables of things that you can go for. I've already talked about what I think is in there that's good. Like, I give you information that you can use to, at your discretion, either agree with me or disagree with me, right? Like, it's fine. Hey, look, Aiden is back. Hell yeah. There you go, Aiden.
Hello. Thank you.
I hated Ravnica. Everything after...
This fills the void within my soul for the next 3 minutes.
Nice. Well, 3 minutes, I guess. Everybody put your, timers on.
Yeah.
He's like a little hot pocket.
Insecure pocket.
I hated Ravnica. Everything after that set was this guild deck. No, it's blue/black discard deck. Oh, you mean this guild deck? Yeah, that's right. That's true. That did happen. It's fine. I stopped paying attention to Magic long ago.
Acquisitions Incorporated is an official D&D setting, but I really don't know anything about it. It's like very cartoonish in a way, at least the art style. And I'm sure it's kind of like funny and comedic. I just haven't checked it out yet.
Okay, let me do your job for you, friend. So Acquisitions Incorporated was a like an actual play that was made by Penny Arcade. If you remember Penny Arcade, those of you out there, the ones who made the fucking the fucking they started the Penny Arcade Expo, which then became PAX East and West and all that, I believe. That's what it stands for, Penny Arcade Expo. And they had an actual play where they were doing, yes, very silly things in D&D 5e. And this has like a bunch of very much silly spells and such that I know of in it that are very much in that theme of it being in the fantasy, but also like a corporation of people that want to get money. And it's based off of that world, which is tongue-in-cheek. Very much tongue-in-cheek. And if you're into that setting or into that actual play, then you'll like that book. But I would recommend maybe going and looking into that first before, or looking into the book itself, really. But I think a lot of people liked it because of their actual play.
Yeah. Also, Bob, like, you've done a pretty good job this video thus far. Like, I've had a couple contentions, but by and large, It's been pretty
much better
decent.
than your other one.
Yeah. But there exists a minimum amount of knowledge that you have to have,
especially from new
on
people,
a textbook before, or a source book rather, before you recommend or don't recommend it to people who definitely don't know much about it.
Yes, exactly.
If you are looking to make an informative guide, you must inform.
Yes.
Like, it's like if you were to go to take like a test back in school and you just wrote the answer of, I don't know much about this.
Yep. Oh, cool. Very useful. Yeah, just a couple of flavorings of spells or sorry, just a couple of examples of spells, just to get you to understand the tone of the book. One of them is Distort Value. This spell doubles or halves the perceived value of an item. There's a size limitation that can be increased by upcasting. Suspicious people may investigate against your spell save DC. Gift of Gab. Shout out to this spell for having... I'm reading this off a Reddit post. This was by user Bobsplosion on this Reddit post. So thank you, Bobsplosion. This spell for having a very unique casting time, 1 reaction, which you take when you speak to another creature. Essentially, if you said something to another creature that you immediately realized you shouldn't have said, you can erase the memory of what you said in the last 6 seconds. And Incite Greed. For a minute, any number of creatures can do nothing but approach you and stare at the cool gem you're holding. Like, it's stuff like that, right? Silly stuff that's got to do with, like, getting a lot of money. Also, Jim's magic missile that has gluten-free magic missiles.
Isn't Acquisitions Incorporated just basically you're all thieves working on acquiring stuff as a business?
I think so, something like that. Yeah. Thanks, Bob, for teaching me nothing. Yeah. The art style looked fine from what I just saw. Yeah, the art style's cool. It's the Penny Arcade stuff, so it looks like that kind of style. I always confuse Penny Arcade with 8-bit theater. Also fair. 8-bit theater is awesome. We should get a book based on that. Square glares. Essential, yes. Yeah. Essentially, yes. I assume you mean. Yeah, the thieves and such. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, please tell me about Eberron, one of my favorite settings for D&D.
Eberron, Rising from the Last War, is the sci-fi, fantasy, magic is very, like, utilitarian version of D&D. Very popular setting. I don't own the book, but I recommend checking it out because a lot of people like it. Explorers...
Yes. It also introduces the Warforged race to 5e, even though it existed before, obviously, in the other Eberron books. But the Warforged race in 5e, which is a favorite of a lot of people's, because Warforged are cool, robotic people that are built of magic parts, basically. And there's a lot of very unique magic items in that world because of the utilitarian nature. Plus, like, not a class of people, but like not a caste either. Just people using magic for, like, part of their everyday lives, in the sense of, like, the maid is the maid is a partial spellcaster because, like, some of those spells are useful for cleaning. So they learned those spells, and that's what they know. Right? Like, there's stuff like that, which just makes it so that the world feels like, oh yeah, magic exists, and if you can learn some of it, it can actually help you with your job. A lot of cool stuff. Eberron. It's also got airships. This next book is, so you want to play Critical Role and make your DM quit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Guide to Wildmount is the Critical Role setting published under D&D. They do have their own book that's third party and has the whole Taldore continent. So if you really want to play in the world of Critical Role, you could get that book. Then
Yeah, I mean, sure. This doesn't tell you anything if you don't know what Critical Role is, but sure.
Richten's Guide to Ravenloft is an interesting one because it's all about these domains of dread, which are kind of like pocket dimensions all existing in the Shadowfell.
That's
so
true.
really that book is a collection of like a lot of micro settings, all with sort of gothic horror themes that, again, I'm pretty sure a lot of people like. It's just not my taste. And
It was at least more informative in a way, but it's still very vague. You should know what Critical Role is, and if you don't, how the fuck did you find this game? There are special snowflakes, and in the future, I assume, there will be people that watch Critical Role that have never watched them play D&D. Because in the future, I don't know if they're going to be playing D&D. I have no idea. But they might stop. They might play their own system. Because I remember there being a thing of, like, them maybe making their own system. Wasn't that a thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, so...
Yeah.
So
Back when the OGL drama was hitting its peak.
Yeah, so in the future, they just might not even. And hell, there are people who probably got into D&D without ever knowing what Critical Role is in general now. So, it's a book everyone should own, according to me, but I'm biased. That's fair. That's as long as you accept that you have biases and you point them out. It's totally fine.
Haven Curriculum of Chaos is kind of supposed to be like Harry Potter, D&D, Wizard Academy. It seems kind of cool, something I'd probably enjoy an arc of a campaign as, but not like a full setting that I'd want to adventure in. And of course...
Is that enough for me to know? Like, what if I don't know what...
What if I don't know what Harry Potter is?
That's what I'm saying, man.
Oh, no. Harry Potter. It can be assumed that people know what Harry Potter is. It's
but
culturally it's a cultural phenomenon.
That's true, I guess. So is whatever.
But well, no, never mind. I redact that point before I'm even gonna make it.
Okay. But even if it is a cultural impact, right? Like, you can say that it is something like Harry Potter, sure, but being able to break it down more, probably for those of like who might actually exist who don't know what it is, it's still beneficial, I think. Anyway, it doesn't matter. He didn't put a lot into it, so why should I? To be honest, I never saw...
That's the whole reason we're here, Alejo.
I know, that's why... But that's the thing. I can put in what I'm saying, and that's already more. So... What am I doing, you know? Why are we so small in a channel if I can just do this and make us big? Let's see. What was it? Oh yeah. To be honest, I never saw Crit Roll. Don't really feel like watching it. Maybe someday. You don't have to. It's fun.
Yeah, I watched it and then I didn't.
Yeah, I fell off at one point. But when I fell off, spoilers for campaign 2. I fell off when they got to the point where they were inside of whatever pocket dimension thing they were in that had like a lot of stuff in it. That was interesting, and then they found an astral guardian, I think it is, and then they were gonna go inside of its mouth to go into a different plane, which they would have been trapped in if they didn't have teleport. Because I know that about those things, because I like astral guardians. They're actually really cool. That's where I fell off, because I just stopped watching.
After where I fell off.
That's fair.
I fell off when they were going through the dungeon. There's going through like a cave underground that fire giants were in, and Spurt lived and died over the course of 11 minutes.
I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, that was the last episode I watched.
Absolutely fair to stop at that. It was funny. This is all bias, lack of information with these books. Some of it has more than others, but when he just says, it's frustrating. Hello from 2145. What's Critical Role? Yeah, exactly. But then again, at that point, this video entirely is irrelevant because at that point we have so many other iterations of whatever.
Yeah, people aren't gonna be playing 5e.
No. I think it went from informing to stating what books he likes or concepts. Feels it, yeah.
Yeah, he did. He started, which is weird because he started out super fucking strong.
Yeah. 2145, Lamau, there's not gonna be a 2045. You think that.
Oh, there will be, just humans won't be around to see it.
Yeah. Harry Potter, you mean Little Witch Academia? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I mean. Beep boop. Yeah. Little Witch Academia, hell yeah, there you go. I enjoyed watching Team 4 Star's D&D games. It felt like an actual group I would play in. That's fair. I didn't watch that because I fell off of Team 4 Star as well. Way before that.
I saw their Pokemon Nuzlocke, and that was about it.
I started watching those and I was bored. I was very bored.
You see the difference being I specifically wanted background audio to fall asleep to.
Ah, yeah, fair. The Unexpectables are great. Fair enough.
Spelljammer is coming out soon. Imagine ships in space.
Man, this didn't age well.
But like pirate ships in space. And then Dragonlance. Honestly, Dragonlance is something that I don't know much about because I didn't like read any of the novels. And to me, it just seems like barely different from the Forgotten Realms. It seems like very much kind of...
Just fucking do a little bit of research, man. Just look into it slightly.
Google search.
Just look at the Wikipedia, like, first paragraph, okay? Fuck.
Basic fantasy, except I assume dragons are even more prominent.
I assume.
And they have lances. Now, D&D does offer a lot of books, almost the rest of these in the pile, that are long campaigns, each of them in kind of their own unique setting that all have a sort of unique theme. They usually contain some new monsters and usually like some spells or like a new character background. And these books are great if you don't want to write anything yourself. Like if you just want that campaign, that setting, all of it for you, you just want to read and study this super long book and then play it with your friends, these are for you. But I've learned the hard way that it is just not my style. Okay. Curse of Strahd is more gothic horror, vampires, extremely popular module, one of the first that came out. Apparently it's really good. I just haven't played it yet.
I will actually give a pass on that.
Yeah, if he wants to play it and doesn't want to spoil himself for it, I guess. But at the same time...
Well, that and also at least he threw out, it is a classic, beloved, like...
Yeah,
thing.
Yeah, it is. I just...
So,
still...
ostensibly, someone who is new to D&D would be able to go, well, you know, it has been loved for the past 2 decades, for some reason, probably.
Yeah, but even so, like, just because something is beloved for a long time doesn't mean that it's good, necessarily. You know?
No, but it does speak to likelihood.
Yeah, I guess so. All you had to say is Lord Soth Dragons buy it for the Dragonlance. No, because that doesn't... I don't know what that means, and I'm not a new player. I know what dragons mean. I want to say I saw seagoing ships in space in something before, but I can't remember what. Damn. Probably in a lot of things. He did Ravenloft dirty, and my rage is high. Well, I don't know, man. It's one of those things where even so, you can still have like a spoiler-free look at Ravenloft and like give something more, because like it's not like he's gonna spoil himself by knowing that Strahd is in it and like talking about Strahd, you know. So I think he could have done more. He just didn't.
So spoilers for Ravenloft. You've had like 20 years to play. You've had time.
Well, so this is the newest version for people that have never played before.
I'm not talking about the newest version. I'm talking about the old version.
Okay.
Um, you look at possible motivations for Strahd, and the module gives you a little table, and one of them is just that there's like a girl in a village who looks like a girl he used to be in love with.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
I'm like,
the
wow,
classic.
wow, literally Strahd is just a sim.
Yeah, yeah, the classic reincarnation of your past love thing. Yep.
Like,
It's not a great
legitimate,
motivation.
legitimately, Strahd would buy bathwater, and you cannot convince me otherwise.
In that respect, if you were to go for that backstory thing, sure.
The girl's bathwater would be Strahd's version of holy water.
God. Uh, at this point, it'd help if he could ask others he'd know to give their input on these modules for a brief summary to help them decide, because what he's doing is unhelpful. Yeah.
Yeah, a little pop up.
Yeah. Little cameo, maybe, you know?
General themes.
Yeah. Yeah. So, like anything, yeah, I know.
But no, we have known the most important thing, which is knowing that he has not played it.
Yep. So that's why, you know, I really want to play Dark Sun. Yeah, fair. So what you're saying is Strahd is the isekai hero we all aspire to be. He's lived long enough to become the villain, though. So
Strahd is literally that one creepy character from what's that? Mashuko Tensei or something.
sure.
Yeah. Ugh. Also, do you remember back at the beginning of this video when he was going through opening up box sets and going, it has this many dice.
Yep.
It has these character sheets
Giving
that
you
I will
information?
look through and give you a quick summary on.
Yep.
And also an adventure.
Yep.
Now, admittedly, he could have even then started by saying the adventure is basically in broad strokes about this. And how far we fall.
Yeah. Yeah.
You started out so fucking strong.
Yeah, I was happy and then I was sad. Let's see. Dark Sun is a great setting, but our current culture and this generation of players, especially Wizards of the woke behind it, makes me hope they never touch it. Well, you know. He is the hero we need.
What?
Dark Sun.
I don't know about Dark Sun.
It's cool.
Neat.
Yep. He is the hero we need. That's true. I read. Wait. I read. I Strahd. What? Oh, I read I Strahd, so I'm good with the simp background. Ah, fair. Yes. To be fair, he did. More things about Strahd. He did kill his brother and such over the fact that he loved this woman and didn't want her to marry his brother. And then she killed herself. And then he sold his soul basically to the dark powers and then became what he is. So, yeah, he's a big simp. Yeah.
He's
to be fair though, that's old lore that I remember, and I don't know if that's the same now. But yeah.
Is it weird that I liked this character more when he was one-dimensional?
No. No, it is not.
I just liked unilateral evil Strahd.
Yeah, that's fair. I like Strahd. I like that you can do a lot more for Strahd. If you don't follow that stuff, you can have him be your Strahd, to be fair. Fuck actual Strahd. Goodness, I almost died. Fuck actual Strahd. He almost killed me.
Remember that time that we fought Strahd and we made him a quadriplegic?
Yes. I like the books for him. That's fair. Yeah, he said more at the start of the video. Yes. The other Ravenloft novels were good, and so was the Lord Soth one. Fair enough. Tiamat versus Strahd. It's Tiamat every time. Strahd doesn't have that magic.
Tiamat.
He's just a guy, or a vampire guy. He's not like anything
in
special.
Tiamat versus most things, Tiamat's the
wins.
winner.
Yeah.
Except Goku.
Ugh.
The Abyss is the Underdark. Yes, the never-ending, deep, dark, dangerous
Thank you for going into depth about this one, I guess.
caves and lakes and tunnels under the world of D&D, now filled with demons
Thank you.
everywhere in here. I played this. It was fun for a while, but yeah, it got really tedious after so many caves and caves. Princes of the Apocalypse.
Okay, so he went into more detail. I remember this going into more detail about that in his previous video. Instead of going into detail about this, he just kind of went, it's underground, a lot of caves, some demons. I didn't like it after a while. Okay. We're a party of 5 players. That's true. That's why Tiamat rules. Fair. Out of the Abyss is not beginner friendly. Yeah. But we're out of the beginner friendly spot, I guess. Like, you know. Well, I can give you a better summary out of the Abyss than he did. Oh, anyone could. Yeah. Killing his brother was part of the pact he made with the Dark Powers. Oh, was it actually? I thought it was after the fact.
Out of the Abyss is absolutely beginner friendly.
Oh.
It has Demogorgon on the front.
That's right.
You just need to roll above a 13.
You just need to roll a 13 to fireball it. Dead. Yeah.
Apocalypse is elemental cults of earth, wind, fire, and water clashing against each other. There's some overland adventuring in the beginning, but then a lot of dungeon delving, and apparently this is just one of like the worst to run. I did play some of it, but yeah, that was the opinion at least of Grace World Destroyer, my DM at the time, and a lot of people on the internet. Tomb of Annihilation might be my favorite because it takes place in an awesome tropical forest peninsula. There's like sort of a hex crawl exploration element to it. It's also pretty deadly because there's this like big curse going on in the background that your party's trying to solve, and it takes a lot of inspiration from a classic module, the Tomb of Horrors. So for all those reasons, I really like this one.
Hey, cool. That was a very neat little summary you did.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed that.
Yeah.
Do that again, but for every single module.
No.
Haven't actually played it yet, though. Waterdeep Dragon Heist is an urban adventure that actually provides 4 different ways to play through it, like with different big bads at the end of the adventure.
See, this is an important thing to note, and I'm glad that you did.
Grace World Destroyer is playing in this campaign right now and seems to be loving it, but I will say it's not actually a heist. Don't let that part of the title entice you into getting this. Is it hot in here?
That is true. Technically, it is not a heist. But also, it has 4 different endings. My wife likes playing in it. There is no heist. Okay. All right. Video seems like it's going faster. It's because we're stopping, pausing.
Why did that feel like a haiku?
Yeah. It kind of did. You're right.
They kind of really did. There is no heist. My wife likes playing in it. There is no heist.
Right. Yeah. It's the. There are 4 different endings. My wife likes playing in it. There is no heist.
Oh fuck.
I don't. Hold on. There are 4 different endings. That's 6. I forget what the structure is.
575.
575. Okay, so I already fucked up with 6, and then
it's haiku adjacent.
Yeah, it's haiku adjacent. Yes. Yeah. He's having less and less to say about the books. Yeah, except for that one time. He looks like a man who performs haikus on a regular. Oh, haikus are cool. Speedrunning book reviews. Yeah, it's great. It's great. especially
Any
when you're trying to
percent speed
inform.
run.
Yeah.
Emphasis on any percent.
Any percent, yeah. It's not a heist actually makes me more interested. Yeah, it should. I don't know if I like the setting of Waterdeep itself being so weirdly high tech. It just feels so out of place to me for like Faerun. But then again, maybe that's just my preconception of what Faerun is. 5e Faerun is different than Faerun from before, so I don't know.
Here. I'm freaking sweating. Baldur's Gate, Descent into Avernus, is this adventure that sort of takes you into the Nine Hells, I guess just the one layer, Avernus, and it's apparently very inspired by the Mad Max, universe. Is that a comic or just movies? I don't know. But again, if you are really into like demons and devils and stuff, this one's for you. And Icewind Dale is the Arctic horror, pretty much just a setting book, if I'm honest, that I have a whole series about trying to make this thing easy to run, but it's really not. It's really not. I can almost not even recommend this book anymore. I don't know. I think I played it for too long, and I should probably stop talking about it. But there's also...
No, I actually think that you should at least give us a little bit more than that, about, like, why it's hard to run, and why you wouldn't recommend it. Like, I know you have videos on it now. So I guess.
So just because you have other content on your channel, like, don't get me wrong, dude. Hey,
plug it,
man,
yeah.
I get it. You're trying to get that bag. I get it. I respect that hustle. I really fucking do.
You gotta give me more though.
But if you're going to write an informative guide, you must inform.
Yes, please. God damn it, please. Fucking. This is the first video. Are you fucking kidding me? It's already taken almost 3 hours.
Also, the Tyranny of Dragons campaign, which combines Horde of the Dragon Queen and Rise of Tiamat. A lot of overland travel, and there you're just fighting the cult of the dragon. So like all these people who worship dragons and want to resurrect this evil dragon god, Tiamat. Storm King's Thunder is like that, but instead of cults, it's very like Norse themed, and you're just fighting giants, I guess. I don't know. I haven't played it.
Brother!
Hey, you know what though? You know what? At least he gave a little bit of information about that one.
That's what he's done before. For like the
same. Like, you've got like a like, even by just saying you've got a Norse theme, some people can make.
But he's also said, I don't know. I've never played it. I don't know.
No, that stands counter to the narrative I'm gonna push.
Oh, okay. I see. I'm sorry.
Thank you. You should be.
So tired. Waterdeep is a great setting. It gets you quickly to the real story of the Underdark. Okay. That book
How is watching someone do no work this tiring?
I know! That book had vampire kobolds. Who doesn't like the picture of 3 vampire kobolds trying to hide in a long jacket? That's fair.
Okay, that's kind of baller.
Yeah. Yes, I do like demons and devils and that their stuff. How did you know? Oh. I was waiting to be guided somewhere.
Do we have the campaign for you?
Yeah, exactly. I was waiting to be guided somewhere. Can we move at a faster speed? Because he's not saying anything at this point. No. Ooh, he said Tiamat, free cookie. No, he doesn't deserve it. Name dropping does not mean anything.
Waterdeep Dungeon of the Mad Mage is the sequel to Waterdeep Dragon Heist. It is just a mega dungeon where you're going through layer after layer of weird factions, and I do think it's the only book that actually will take your characters to level 20. So maybe check that out if you're really interested in high-level play. Wild Beyond the Witchlight is a Feywild / carnival-themed book, which I had no interest in, even though I'm usually really into Feywild stuff. It just seemed like a strange direction with all the carnival elements to it. But one thing really cool about that, it has basically options for every encounter where you don't really have to fight anything. Like, you're not forced into combat in any way in that whole book, which is pretty cool. It's a unique direction. And then
do stuff like that where you say, I didn't like it, or I didn't play it, or I haven't, and then give me something to latch onto.
Yeah.
Please.
I'm not expecting you to have perfect knowledge of the setting, but even that is
Information.
perfect. Like,
Yeah.
hey, here's a neat little thing that's unique to this setting. Here are some establishing artwork shots so you get a feel of what it's about.
Yeah.
And also there's a carnival thrown in.
Yeah. Like it's not that hard. When do we get a Devils and
Like,
Dice setting?
I will settle for broad stroke.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. It's more than nothing, and that's good enough for me at the moment. Yeah, but when do we get a Devils and Dice setting? No, just you watched what we did, right? You're watching what we do. Just take that. Just take what we have already made for you and go and work off that. Because Boo is already making his setting, and he's not going to make a fucking another one. I can tell you that much, since it's his game. He's not going to make a fucking another one. You know? Also, I'd get into 2E for Dark Sun if I thought I could find a group for it. That's fair, yeah. I agree, Devils and Dice setting would be badass. It would be, but fucking hell. No, give us the book and take my money, damn it. No. Good luck with that.
If we were going to turn it into a book, we would have to, like, convert it over to the orc.
Yeah. Yeah, we would. Agreed. Yeah.
We have Critical Role, Call of the Netherdeep. Again, haven't played it, but if you want to play in Critical Role's world, that's the book for you. And
what's Critical Role?
What's the cool thing? Oh yeah, that book has
a
rival adventuring party that your party will like face, I think, a couple times throughout it. So I think that's a pretty interesting feature. And of course,
thank you for something. Thank you.
At least, oh god,
just it doesn't.
Spelljammer and Dragonlance are probably coming out with their own campaigns pretty soon. And we got one more category to go, so just a heads up
we do?
you can go down in the description to find a link to my D&D Amazon store where you can check out any of these books and support the channel at the same time. Or if you're just finding this video helpful, please give it a thumbs up because that will make sure lots of other people see it.
I appreciate that you said that now. I'll give you that much.
If you're like me, and you just want to read some short modules that you can plug into your pre-existing campaigns, you want to look at the adventure anthologies. There are only 4 so far, and we have 2 of them because these are cool books. Not only do they both have awesome book covers, but they both contain a sort of small setting of their own, and then about a dozen new adventures that kind of spread out from that setting into their own little micro settings. So Radiant Citadel is the newest one, that contains, of course, the setting, the Radiant Citadel. It's a very, like, utopian little society, and then has 12, or actually maybe 13 in this one, adventures that are written by and heavily inspired by real-world cultures that usually do not get attention in D&D, or if they have been given attention in D&D's past, they just haven't been handled in a responsible way. So now, it's really taking that and doing it right. Like,
so before you go too far with that, they had cultural consultants on, like, staff for, like, all of their modules before. Let's not spread that misinformation just yet, because that was a thing that was even everybody knows of 3E's Adventures in the Orient or something like that. That was a module. It literally states that there's a cultural consultant there who was like a qualified like individual. We looked this up at one point. I remember this. So just make sure that you, I don't know, do some research before you start claiming some stuff.
I do not remember this, but I shall refrain from commenting.
That's fair. Rival party? I've never seen a rival party survive one encounter. Isn't the Devils and Dice setting mostly just the 9 Hells? Yeah, mostly. Yeah.
9 Hells with a splash of Gintama.
That's right. Buying stuff at Amazon gives YouTubers money now. Since when? Oh, if you get a like an actual partnership thing, you can do that. Yeah. I haven't thought about it because why would I do that? I mean, yeah, sure, we could get more money, I guess, if you really want to buy anything off Amazon through a link from us. But it would be to specific products, right? And I don't know of any specific ones that we would go, yeah. Adventures on the Orient Express? No, I think it was something else. Anyway.
Look at that cool guy. Look at that. Candlekeep Mysteries is similar, except these are very much more just like generic fantasy adventures that all take place around the library of Candlekeep. Well, not specifically like around the library. Again, a bunch of them take place in their own little places. Some of them do take place in the library, though. The two other anthologies that are probably honestly the only two D&D books that I should own besides the Player's Handbook are Tales from the Yawning Portal and Ghosts of Saltmarsh. And I said that about them because they both contain about 7 classic D&D adventures worked into 5e. So I really want to check those books out. And like I said, the idea behind it is you can just take that adventure and plug it into your campaign, your own setting, into another existing setting. They're just really flexible material. So I really like these anthology books. And in case you don't know, I do produce really short, concise, very plug-and-play adventures for my Patreon community. Most of them written by best-selling DMs Guild authors, and even some folks who have written for Wizard of the Coast. So check that out. It's a great way to support the channel. And then leave a comment below telling me about your favorite D&D books. What have you gotten the most value out of on your shelf? But thank you for your support, and keep building.
All right. So,
Sure.
Alejo.
Yeah.
Can I get a general review of the first half and a general review of the second half of the video that we have just watched?
Okay. So, for my first half, I would say, what I took from it is, the boxes that came out, the starter sets, and the essentials kit, though he said that the second or the original starter set was something for more experienced players, it's also not. It's also good for starting players because it's a starter set. But the starter sets and essentials are good for starting out. They have a bunch of material in them, whether that be the pre-written adventures or the condensed rules to help with a new players learning, as well as pre-made characters to help with, and some sheets that actually show you information to help with those players who are new to learn what things are. The Player's Handbook, of course, being your essential, the thing that you should have, because it has all of the information that you'll need, regardless of if you're a player or a DM. The DMG is useful for new players, very new. It's got a lot of interesting information in it, as well as Xanathar's and Tasha's are things that you could get. Xanathar's being one that seemed to have a lot more like information given, at least from what I remember of the video. But both being options that were there. And then the second half happened, and so
I'm gonna have to cut you off there.
Yeah, yeah.
That is a review that has as much content to it as what the second half of the video did about what it was talking about.
Yeah, like I know a couple of things about some things. But at the same time, he doesn't know about some things. Some things he does absolutely know more about, because he actually took the time to read them, or at least look at them. And I don't want to buy anything because of this. Nor am I more enriched on some things, like what they actually are and if I would be interested in them, potentially. Some of them, sure, but not all of them. So
can I give my reviews?
I would love for you to. Yeah.
Okay. So first half of the video had a couple minor contention.
Yeah.
But by and large, like, that was a fantastic video.
Yeah, the first half, yeah.
He did a very good job describing what was in the starter kit and essentials kit.
Yes.
Which, for me at least, every single time I've walked by the essentials kit, it catches my eye because I am a freak for D&D. And every single time I'm like, I fight the temptation to buy it, but I go, you've been playing D&D for years. You have everything that the Essentials kit would give. But I am very glad to know for certain what's actually in them. I appreciate the time that he spent talking about the most useful items for brand new players and going, you player who does not know up from down in this world, this is exactly what you are getting. I picked up on that, and I think it was a very nice little touch.
Yeah.
I really like the amount of love that he paid to the PHB and the DMG. And I really liked when he talked about books and what was notable about them.
Yeah.
True. And then for the second half of the video, I will just say it didn't really catch me. And if you think that I am doing a grievously uninforming review of the second half of the video, then you will know that that is the feeling that gets evoked by watching the second half of his video.
Yeah. It's not great. Not great.
Which is a shame because he showed such fucking.
Yeah, it's almost like he did research.
50% of his video was a good fucking video.
Yeah, it wasn't even 50%. It was the first 7 minutes.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah. That whole video was 20 minutes or so. 19 minutes and 43 seconds. So, yeah. Let's see. That was a joke. It was probably Oriental Adventures, unless that was older. No, I think you're right. Oriental Adventures is the one that I was thinking of. Yep. I give the video.
I like how we now have like a video of his that's the OGL, and it's open game license with like quotation marks around the open.
Oh yeah. Yep, that's right. Let's see. I gave the video a C+. Sure. I think that it's fair to call it a C video. I still wouldn't show it to anybody. I'd show the first half or the first 7 minutes to somebody, and then I'd cut it off.
Exactly. I would show them the first 2 minutes, like on my phone.
Yeah.
And then very quickly turn my phone off and put it back in my pocket.
And they would go, wait, there's more to that, and you go, no.
I would just go, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. Sidebar, what's going to be after Devils and Dice? We're thinking of doing more just like shorter things, not necessarily one shots because we're bad at those, but shorter things to just have between the next big thing, right? And
I would like to like touch TF2E a little bit more.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we can have Brogan do some stuff for us. He also wants to do that City of Mist thing as well. So like,
right. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a couple ideas that we have that will be happening definitely.
Yeah, we can do something in 7th C.
Yeah. We'll have some small things, and then the next big thing might be if Boo. I don't think Boo will be done by then. We'll see. But the next big thing might be a cyberpunk slash maybe vampire thing slash both together thing, or something else potentially. We'll see how we're feeling at the time.
I would reiterating my desire for cyberpunk vampires.
Yeah, it's one of those things that we would have to like do some thinking on. Those
definitely.
Are two different systems, like wildly different in some ways.
Oh, dude, you could even do where like vampires are a known factor, and make it so like that like it's known that vampires exist in their society. Like there's no masquerade or
Sure,
anything,
yeah. That's
but
probably what I would do anyway,
ha-
yeah.
but have like synth blood or something. Oh wait, no, synth blood is from Morbius. Don't do synth blood.
Yeah, no, thank you. It's just you know, it's just artificial blood. It's not synth. Don't no,
My
nobody
my
nobody
my
synthesized that.
my favorite character in Blade Runner, Dr. Michael Morbius.
Oh god damn it. Let's see. I'll give it a D plus because Ravenloft, that's why. D for Dark Powers, say so. Fair enough, yeah. Go for it. The second half of the video was him talking about things he failed to research. Yes. I give it a C minus. Also fair.
I would also give it a C minus. It's technically a passing grade because it does the important part, which is he says you don't need to buy any books.
Yes, that's true.
But look at the PHB.
Yes.
The rules are available for free, but like look at the PHB.
Yeah.
That earned him a passing grade.
Yeah.
Just nothing else in the remaining 17 minutes of the video did anything to improve his grade.
That's right. That's true. Blades in the Dark or Delta Green? I would be totally down to do more Delta Green. That was fun. I'd do a little
I would
better
also
job.
love to do Delta Green.
Yeah, I would bring us back to the Project Astatine stuff. I already got something in my brain of something else. Like I've been thinking about like for a while now of what I would do. And then I have another thing that I could potentially do. So yeah, I've got stuff there. If we wanted to do that for one of the things. Blades in the Dark. I remember we looked into that a little bit, and it looks neat, but at the same time, there's some things that I guess when we looked from the outside in, we didn't really like. But it could just be that it
was that the thief-based one?
Yes.
Okay,
yeah, the one where you plan everything beforehand and stuff, and then you do like rewinds in ways sometimes.
Yeah, that's
the
what it
thing.
was. I was like, what was it? Something about like if you don't like how something plays out, you can retroactively change it.
Yeah, there was a few things like that we were just like, we'd rather just roleplay the situation and kind of go from there.
Yeah, fail forward.
Yeah, so like potentially maybe that, but we'd have to look at it again, and really see if we want to do that or not, or if we just want to play something else that's like stealth focused that we could just do that with in the way that we like to play, more traditionally, quote unquote. We need a "you are not Garibay, good job" grade. Fair. Yeah, so that was that video. It was a video. It was definitely a video of all time.
Honestly, that's just because a Garibay video has a degree of failing all on its own.
Yes.
And it's conveniently located right below F. G.
G for Garibay. That's right. You're right.
Also, Alejo, I need you to do me a favor and look at this video recommendation. And hold on.
Okay.
There we go. Okay. Look at that, right?
Yeah.
And I need you to tell me that the cleric in that does not look like Mark Zuckerberg.
Okay. Yeah, I mean a little bit.
Can you do that? Can you do that for me?
I can't do that for you. I'm sorry.
Damn it.
I can't. Hold on, everyone. I guess I got to do this now.
I mean, it's just the base cleric.
I know, but it's the compression that really is what matters. Oh, it looks even worse than this tiny screen. Hey, look at this, everybody. Does that look like Mark? Let me zoom in a little bit. Does that look like Mark Zuckerberg? A little bit, right? Share to the class. Don't worry, I got you. Here you go. Anyway, so we've made it to the past halfway point, but there is a second video, and it's only 10 minutes. Less than that, actually. But before that, you gotta do the thing. You know the thing. It's right here. It's called Talking About Things That Are About Money. That's the official tag.
And donating to us on Patreon?
Well, so yeah,
What a novel concept, Alejo.
Yeah, that's right. You could do that because we do have a Patreon. It's over there, right there on the screen. Oh my God, fucking patreon.com/tabletalkdnd. It's also in the description of the video. You can go click on that link and go over there and go and just give us some money for a shout out. Basically, that's kind of it at the moment.
I mean, like, you're part of the same server as me on Discord.
That's also true.
Anyone who is on our Discord is part of the same server as me.
That's true.
So you can PM me your credit card details.
No,
actually, do not do that. I don't want to be I don't want to be
joke.
like implicated
For the purposes of legal reasons. That is a joke.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And also, like, if your credit card gets stolen like 5 years from now, I don't want to be like having companies look at me.
Yeah.
Do not do that.
That's fair. A little bit of likeness, I guess. I watched a better video about Blades in the Dark, and the flashback thing isn't as bad as the video you watched made it sound. That's fair. It might be that way. It's just one of those things where it's like, it just felt weird because you just like would say, oh no, before I set up with this guy that we would be okay, right? Which is like weird. Anyway, send it to Boo. He takes a Venmo. Well, we take PayPal at the moment. Anyway, so big thank you to our tier 4s. Biggest shouts to Draco Kraken, Mog Zero, Rick, aka Unit Rico, Slazer, Steely. All of you. Thank you very much for being at that tier 4.
Steely lately.
Yeah, Steely hasn't been around lately, which is unfortunate. I miss that guy.
Yeah. Come back, Steely. We miss you.
Yeah. Drake Cross at tier 3 for that $10. Thank you. And then in tier 2 we have Chris, Frozen Spaghetti, and Star Baron Lux. Thank you to each of you. And of course, a thank you to our tier 1 contributor. Little as $1 a month, people. You can do it if you want to, but it's not an obligation. God damn it. Other than that, of course, you can go over to our site and still buy the $25 dice until that video is made to get them to be $15, because I'm bad at this, and I will get it down. So don't buy it if you don't want to spend $25. If you want to spend $15 instead, you can. You can wait, okay? But it's just with that thing. If you want to get them now before fucking, sooner rather than later, that's a thing. But you don't have to. Don't feel pressured. Okay. You can also go over to TeePublic and get our logo on a shirt / other things. It's over there. Do it if you want. You don't have to, but it's there. Other than that, Humble Bundle, we are partnered with, and actually I looked into it. We not a lot of people buy things through our link through Humble, but regardless of that, we have given to charity. I did actually look at the stats. So far, we've given $60 to charity. Very cool. Good job, everybody. That's probably good. I don't know. But regardless, that's like 1/10 of our subscribers. So we did it. Good job, everybody. If we can keep doing that, hey, that's pretty cool. At the moment, they're advertising the Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous and Fallout 76 as their choice bundle thing, which I'm not going to be happy that I'm going to own Fallout 76 by the end of the month. But that's a thing, unfortunately. Other than that, well, hey, if you don't have any Pathfinder stuff and you're here right now, go over to get the bundle. It's right now, because it'll go away in a day. So by the time this is out as a VOD, it'll be gone. But the Kobold Press one will also be nearly gone. It's 3 days away, so go look into that. We donated 1 Path of the Righteous to someone. Yeah, basically. I thought you had 2 t-shirt logos, or did I dream that? You dreamt it. Because there will be another logo once we get to the spooky times, because I'm revealing it now. We do have another logo for spooky time that I had commissioned. So that's coming. So please be excited. But yeah, other than that, go check out anything on the store that you buy through our link will contribute to both us as well as the charity that we have picked, which is Tabletop Alliance. Very thematic. Also has a link in the description for you to go and learn more about what they do for their charity work. Plus, it also donates to whatever other charities that some of these bundles have like charities that are associated and such. But I think that it usually goes towards the one that we've picked. And like I was saying before, if you use the link in the description, anything on the store, anything, doesn't matter if it's the choice bundle, doesn't matter if it's any of these bundles or just in the store in general, all of that will be able to be contributed to both us and charity. And you can slider it up to make it more or less in whatever respect, because Humble's cool like that. You can give us the minimum amount and give charity the maximum amount. / it gives some to the devs and such still too, but you get what I mean. So that's all that, I think. Nothing else in that respect of like things to talk about money wise. Obviously, you could give us, if you go over to the site, this is something that I don't talk about a lot. If you go over to our website, there's a bunch of buttons here under the support us thing. You can go become a patron there, as well as go to the shop for the TeePublic, as well as just donate to us directly to our PayPal if you really want to. You don't have to. And also in the chat, there's also a way to do it if you do like ! Donate to like give us money, and it puts like a little thing on the screen and does like a dice roll, and then I see it and I read it. So that's a thing too. I don't talk about that much because I kind of forget about it a lot. But yeah, let me get this off the screen, and we will go back to the second video. The Illusion of Choice video. We're here, people. We're back. Remember when it was an illusion to play games? I don't.
In front of you are 2 glasses of wine. They both taste like semen.
It was an illusion. Choice.
We talk about the illusion of choice.
Okay.
Oh,
right.
Yes.
Yeah, so we'll get there. Hold on. Let me read a couple of things. Too bad Fallout 76 was terrible. When I was a manager at Walmart, we had over 100 copies, and I couldn't even sell them at $5 each. Oof. Yeah, fair. Yeah, I'm gonna get it for free, so that means like, or not free, but it's part of the bundle, and I get like, since I'm a legacy member or whatever for Humble, I get all of the games in choice instead of just like picking 3, I think it is. So I'm gonna own that, and at some point I'll play Fallout 76 because it's in my library, and I need to at least play it once. Because then, I mean, it's got the value, right? I mean, I got it for less than anything that it's worth, so that's pretty cool. Feels bad, yeah, I know. One of my earbuds is dead. This upsets me. Dude, I just bought a pack of 5 earbuds so that I wouldn't have that problem. They're not great quality, though, so I got what I paid for. Where did Boo get his avatar? Can he make stuff from it? He's had it for a long time. So his current avatar, I got commissioned through a friend of mine. What do you mean by can he make stuff from it? I don't understand what you mean by that, I guess. But if you mean like if we can do like merch of like just our avatar stuff, Boo and I could do that. Aiden, he's just kind of like a symbol. He's an idea, really.
Yeah, like
until he gets like the idea of like what he wants for an avatar, you know.
Yeah, like for now, it's literally just this the structure of serotonin.
Yeah. So
It's gonna be really hard to do,
yeah.
like, have art commissioned of a molecule.
Well, depends, right? But yeah. So
Yeah.
until Aiden.
I'm currently thinking just like have a chemist holding like an Erlenmeyer flask or something.
Sure. Yeah. That's totally fair. Yeah. At some point, when he's got that figured out, and you know he has art that he wants, I will literally pay for it from our coffers. And we can get it also
From you, the people.
for you, the people. Yeah, and then we can have specific merch for each of us. Sure, no problems there. I have a heart monitor on for this video. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Don't worry, we'll get there. Have you tried our new marketing model, P2C, Pay to Complain? It all started with Fallout 76. That's right. Yeah. God, if I was paid to complain, I'd be fucking making money right now.
I'd be retired at this point.
Yes, sir. I got nothing but complaints, really. I don't like anything, obviously.
Oh, wait, no, I see Boo is online. He's on his phone.
Oh, hell yeah. Maybe he'll join in. Good. He'll be here for the part that he'll hate the most. Aiden the idea versus Aiden the man. That's right. Aiden is like...
Wait, what?
Aiden the idea versus Aiden the man.
Yeah, but what was that said in response to?
How I said your symbol is like an idea. You know?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Aiden is like Prince, a symbol. Yeah, exactly. Just like Prince. Hey!
I'm like the square root of -1. That's imaginary, right. Thankfully.
Yeah.
Did somebody say late crossed out, gone for the whole ass podcast?
Yeah, I did.
I didn't want to make Aiden a liar, so I had to be gone the whole time.
Right.
Unfortunately, we were actually like just starting like wrapping up.
No.
Okay.
No.
You couldn't go with me for 5 seconds.
I couldn't. I'm sorry. Immediately. You don't understand.
You're a bastard.
I'm sorry. My knee-jerk reaction was, I don't want to know. No.
Well, I think we know...
Because Boo would have immediately gone, oh, okay, cool, I'm going back to bed. And
yeah, that's true.
Yeah, right.
That would have been funny.
Well, it looks like I'm the victor in this time.
That's right. Well, you're here for the video that you'll hate the most.
Oh, good. Yeah. Is it Garabag?
No.
There will be blood on your face, making you the victor.
There's
a new Digimon World game coming out. That's cool.
Yeah.
Or it just is out.
Yeah. Order. It's the like slightly visual novel-ish one, right? That's the one?
No, it looks like you're actually running around in an open world.
Have I missed something? Oh my god.
I think so, yeah.
Digimon World. Next Order.
Yeah, that.
Oh, yeah. No. This is the one that... Wait. No, this isn't the one that I was thinking of.
Yeah, no, this doesn't look like the one you're thinking of.
What?
Yeah,
Don't
no,
mind me
this
as
actually...
I go and find out how much this is right now because I need this. You don't understand how much I need this right now?
Yeah, the digital world has run rampant with a machine Dramon and is now in a state of utter chaos.
Wait, Machine Dramon? He's like only an ultimate tier. Why would... Okay. Digimon World Next Order. It is literally...
Digimon fans are fucking weird.
Fuck you.
Well, dude, I mean...
It is out!
Is this the one where... Is it one where you can, like, go around to different towns and shit? Oh, you can build a town?
Oh, dude! What? You don't understand. Oh my god, you're hitting all of the boxes right now. Fuck. I'm buying this right now.
It's $60.
I'm buying this right now.
Okay.
You don't understand? It's bought.
Okay.
It was actually
pop off, dude.
It was actually 59.36 because I had 46 cents in my wallet.
Nice. And it looks like you can actually it says you can recruit Yeah, expand and manage a town, Floatia or Floatia. Recruit new Digimon, upgrade buildings, grow crops.
Yes!
And you can grow into a sprawling Digi-metropolis.
Yes! It's ticking all of my boxes!
Okay, that's a
All right.
that's a goblin.
See, I'm...
That
see,
there.
Oh, Goblinmon? Yeah, Goblinmon. Yeah.
No, I meant you.
Oh, yes, hello. I'm so
Ticking all
excited.
my boxes.
It's ticking all my boxes! Yeah. Anyway, so we were gonna watch a video.
Yeah, and I'm getting to the watch together
Yeah.
now.
Let's see.
Well, aren't you glad I joined late?
Yes!
Because I tend to look at Steam and just
That's fair.
Just
That's
fuck
fair.
around for a little bit.
Absolutely fair. The son of King Boo is here. That's
Oh,
true. Sidebar, how about it? Yeah, you saw who it is.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's what I deserve.
Sidebar, how about a Digimon episode sooner or later? Oh god, yes.
I wish I could weigh in effectively on that. I never got into Digimon. Not because I didn't like it, just because I was Pokemon, and you usually can't do both.
I gotta do this with somebody who actually cares.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't mind watching.
Yeah,
because I'm totally down to learn Digimon.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Because
well,
you've seen the
thing.
state that Pokemon is in lately.
Yes. This is the other thing. I was talking about it before, Boo. You weren't here for this, but I bought Digimon cards. Like I have a box of booster packs that I want to. Yeah, I'm going to unwrap.
Do an opening, or are you just going to open them?
I'm going to do an opening for the channel.
It's so fun, dude.
Dude, I know. I'm so excited. I haven't done this in literally years for anything because I haven't cared about cards in a long time. Yeah. But like, I thought about it and I was like, oh, I really like Digimon. Oh, I wonder what kind of cards they're at, and they're still making them.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah. Anyway, so yeah. Before I get too excited and off topic, let's keep going. Let's see. Machine Dramon is a mega. Whoever said Ultimate is wrong. Oh, you're right. He is a mega. Fuck, I'm so bad. You're right.
He's a mega. Is it a mega evolution?
Yeah.
I know it's that.
It's a well. Play as Duskmon for me, Alejo. If I can find a Duskmon, it depends on what they have, because sometimes they don't have everything.
You can't catch them all.
Sometimes.
God damn it! I'm sorry.
Digimon brought to you by Patreon and a soon-to-be Digistream this week, dude. I legitimately would. Yes, You know what? If you guys want to, I'll do it for the actual show at some point. Like, but we gotta finish Halo first. We're gonna finish Halo first.
I mean, hell, we could finish Halo in like 3 hours and then
exactly, and then I
do that because I think we both. Well, no, it probably won't take 3 hours. It'd take like 1.
Right.
I mean, we all know that fucking Brogan's gonna be too sleepy to play for more than a fucking hour, so
It's true. Let's see. Oh, by the way, no, the Digimon I didn't buy from the Patreon money. Don't put that implication there. No.
No, honestly, that's what I thought you meant.
No. Also, because it's still bothering me and messing up my life, the plan I have for the piece of wood is to sell it so that it'll be out less money for the game than what they're selling it for. I needed you to know that. I appreciate and I understand the need to give that information. I hope you make more money than... I'm still disappointed in you. It won't stop me. But I know that you understand.
I for one respect the hustle.
No, I respect the hustle. I don't respect the pre-ordering it to then get that and then like all of that.
I mean, if you don't pre-order it,
what's he gonna do? Wait. Yeah, what's he gonna do? Wait until full release when they're not offering this bundle anymore?
Yes.
Well, if it's Nintendo,
Digimon Ghost Game is the recent series. It's good. Yeah. The new Digimon TCG is an improvement from the original. Okay. I have classic collection cards right here, so it'll be not that, unfortunately, but Anyway, I'm just hoping that it'll actually end up being worth something to someone. Everything is worth something to someone. Let's be fair. I will watch Digimon anytime. Oh, dude, if we could just watch Digimon someday, that would be sick. But unfortunately, copyright exists.
That's why we gotta play it instead. God, what a goddamn shame.
Yeah.
What a fucking shame.
What a shame. They don't give you the wood after the release. Well,
So wait, what are you talking about?
Lux apparently pre-ordered something that had, and this is literally all the information that I have. something that is wooden, that is exclusive to it, that they will be selling to make a little bit of a profit back. Yeah, what game? Also, after the release, I would have to buy it, and I don't want to because it looks like garbage. What are you doing? Anyway, let's move on to the video.
This has like 7 levels of plot twists to it, and I'm not certain that smooth brain me can keep up.
That's fine. Let's go to something that we can keep up with, that is going to just make us upset. The illusion of choice, my reaction to taking 20 quitting Pathfinder from good old Dungeon Craft.
Oh boy.
Here we go.
Yeah, let's go.
It's only 9 minutes and 21 seconds. We'll see.
Speaking of, if this is the second... Yeah, speaking, how long was the first video? Because
we have gone almost 3.5 hours.
Yeah, I noticed that. Was it a bad video?
The other one was... So the first 7 minutes was good.
Oh, okay.
Fantastic, actually.
Yeah, way better than the other video that we watched that was the same kind of video.
We had a couple minor contentions, a little wrinkle here and there, but like by and large, fantastic video.
And then the second half of the video happened. Well, 2/3 of the video happened. And it overall wouldn't show it to people past those 7 minutes.
Okay.
Yep. C- /C from me.
Yeah. So you might be feeling that we are not giving you a lot of information in our review.
You're good.
And that's kind of what he does. He just says, "Oh, there's this module. I haven't played a lot of it," and then he goes on to the next module. And it's like the purpose of your video is should you buy it or not, and informing people so they can know whether to buy it.
This video, man. Oh no, I forgot who he is, but I'm guessing this will be bad. This is Professor Dungeon Master from Dungeon Craft. Here we go.
That's a face that's like seared into my eyelids.
That's
I have 2 sleep paralysis demons in there, him and Garabay.
Yeah.
We talk about the illusion of choice today on Dungeon Craft.
Very loud.
Yeah, I'm putting it down quite a bit, actually. This is the face
Welcome
of boredom.
to Dungeon Craft. I'm Professor Dungeon Master, and this channel is about playing a better game of D&D and all role-playing games.
And I'm Deathbringer. Level up your game by subscribing and click the bell icon so you'll be informed when we upload new videos.
So last week, Cody at Taking 20 put up a video why I'm quitting Pathfinder, and he says, Pathfinder feels like an MMO with rotations. There's an optimal set of actions you need to do over and over and over again to perform well. Swashbuckler does tumble through, panache, sneak attack. His druid player is bored with turning into dinosaurs and clawing things.
But like 5e, you play a rogue.
Yep.
You hide. You sneak attack.
Yep.
You disengage.
Yep.
And you do those over and over.
I cast.
If you're a fighter, you swing your sword twice, and then
up to 4 times later on.
Up to 4 times later on. If you're a paladin, you swing your sword.
You smite.
And you use smite.
Yep.
If you're a barbarian, you rage.
Yeah. If you're
a warlock, you cast Eldritch Blast.
Yeah, that's where I was gonna go. Well,
and if you're a hunter, you do nothing.
Yeah, no rangers. I've never seen one in the wild.
Yeah.
Ironically. Oh, now I remember brain explosion emoji. Yeah, we're there. My heart rate has already spiked at the sight of Cody. Don't worry, we'll watch an actual Cody video at some point again. It will happen. They're gonna be old ones. None of the new stuff. I don't care. Cody / Corey. That's right, yeah. And Cozy. Don't forget, also Cozy. All right, I'll go ahead and destroy the mystery. The game is Legend of Zelda: Tears of the Kingdom. Oh. And to be honest, I don't actually feel like there's a huge risk of me regretting buying that one. That's fair. If that's something that you feel, that's fair. I wouldn't, personally. And if you wanted a piece of wood from it as well, good for you.
Yeah, that's the thing. If it's a Nintendo, then,
you'll
then
never
that
get
piece
it
of wood
otherwise.
actually will be worth something, like monetarily.
Yeah, true. Just wait a couple of weeks. You'll get those scalpers.
Oh.
You have to do the missing no glitch to pull a hunter from the water. Yeah, exactly.
And all of these things manifested at about the 9th level, and the players themselves are actually bored with the game. I'm actually a fan of Taking 20, and Cody touches on an important topic that I've often touched on here, the illusion of choice. If I'm game mastering for you, and the dungeon corridor branches left, right, or straight, it seems like you have a choice. But it's an illusion because it's a closed matrix. I have decided in advance the parameters of those encounters. Those hallways are just functioning as an arrow directing you to one counter or another. You can choose the order of the encounters, but ultimately the parameters of those encounters were designed by me. When you buy a game...
Okay, so there's a problem with this.
What the fuck? No. Yeah, go on. I'll let you.
This assumes that your players like to walk into the dungeon and walk in a straight line toward the boss.
Yeah.
And then they MMO warp back out of the dungeon.
Yeah.
What
like,
happens
so
when you have
steps.
players that like to explore?
Yeah.
And say, all right, we've cleared this far in this direction. Let's go back and check one of the rooms that we left blank.
Yeah.
Let's go to that fork and take the other fork.
Yes. The other thing, if we want to limit ourselves to just this scenario, you've already broken it in the sense of trying to say that this is an illusion of choice, because regardless of the fact that you have these parameters set up for these encounters, they are choosing what they are doing regardless. There's no illusion there.
Yeah.
Like, yes, you have all three of these encounters, sure. But let me, I don't know, make a little wild guess that regardless of that, like, they will choose things in those encounters even that will change the way that the next encounter will go. Because they've used resources in such a way, because they've lost health in such a way, or gained health in such a way. Like, you have so many factors already going into play, regardless of if we broaden it to the fact that anything can happen between the start of the dungeon to the encounter one, let's say. Like,
yeah. Like,
I don't understand what you're trying to say with this illusion, because yes, if we want to look at it in reality, everything's an illusion. Okay, great.
Because we're all in the Matrix.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if this is the thing that you're trying to argue, that every single part of the game is an illusion, well, great. We have all accepted that, and we can move on.
Yeah,
because
I'm pretty sure we all know that we're fucking pretending. I don't actually think that... Well, okay, sometimes I think Aiden is Boris, but I don't actually think you're Mez.
Right. But, like...
See, that's the trick, that's the trick,
Nice.
Boo. I'm not Boris. Boris is me.
Fair.
But I just play up being an asshole and pretend I'm from New Jersey.
Well, so, and it's just like one of those things where, again, you created the scenario. Amazing. That means that it's an illusion of choice. What? How do we get there? Because the scenario is something that you've created. This is your defense here. I have made this with specific parameters. Therefore, it's an illusion of choice whether or not you go in there and do things a certain way.
Yeah.
Or in whatever way you want. That's not even the point that Cody was making. He was talking about, and you've said it, he's talking about the optimization of choices, right? That's his point overall, that he thinks there's an illusion because optimization is what his players were doing, because that's what they were doing.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, no, they were just optimizing their play. And they got bored because that's what they were doing, and they didn't want to do that.
And being power gamers, like, literally you can look at all of the feats in the book and say, oh, well, I'm going to take mage because it's optimal.
Yeah. I'm going to take lucky. Right?
Yeah. Or the one where you always know exactly what time it is and what direction it is due north.
Yeah.
Keen Mind, was it?
Keen Mind, yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Like, let's see.
Like, okay, so, see, this is based on a fundamental misunderstanding of what is meant by the phrase illusion of choice.
Yes.
So, illusion of choice refers to a scenario like you lay out, Professor Dungeoncraft, where what looks like 3 choices are actually just 1.
Yes, exactly.
But
that's not even the scenario that he laid out, remember?
What Cody is frustrated at in PF2E is not illusion of choice.
No.
Because his players are optimized. Sure, the certain choices may be more or less valid or optimal, one might say.
Yes.
But they are still legitimate choices that change. And this is the important part, and I need you to not lose me on this. They change how the game is played. If you take the lucky feat, you get different features than if you take the Mage Slayer feat.
Yes. Oh my god, no.
That's crazy, I know.
Yeah, wow, man.
So, also, and I'm just kind of popping off on this because I'm frustrated.
Yeah, it's fair.
Here's a screenshot of the first dungeon I threw at my I
gotta put that up. You're good.
That is the first mini dungeon that I threw at my players in their first campaign when they were super low level, but it was still really lethal.
Yeah.
Because it had a lot of mages who knew what they were doing, and basically they took the downstairs to a yarn production shop / warehouse.
Yes.
Where you sewed the clothes was in the bottom. You see the room on the left with desks that have been broken down. And a ring in the center that had a goodberry bush. Collapsing wall over to its right with a vine growing up it that helped to stabilize it. A bunch of the blue mess is a bunch of the fabrics taken out of the baskets up at the top of this room. You can see a little black, 4 black baskets.
Yes.
One of which has a bit of cloth in it. They took all of the cloth and moved it to the side and started growing fungi over there.
Oh.
Just so that they would have some mushrooms to eat.
Mm-hmm.
The green room at the very top is, that green is all bushes. And they essentially just they were druid cultists.
Mm-hmm.
They had bushes to give themselves all of their beds had a little bit of privacy, even though they were all in the same room.
Yeah.
Big old tree that looks a bit like broccoli by in the lower right by where you walk in.
Yeah.
That's where they were cultivating the plant that was destroying the town. Below that, a little break room. And you can see so you enter in at the lower right, down at the staircase, and they immediately had a fork of do they want to continue straight and deal with cultists who are taking care of the tree that's growing the plant, Or do they want to go left down the hall to another door? When they opened it up, they saw it was kind of essentially a broom closet that led to a break room. So all of this to say, choices where you choose to go matters because the break room had no one in it at the time.
Yeah.
And then later on, as like the party is sneaking around, I moved a couple people down the main hall to the break room.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I'm like, these are people, and people move around.
Yeah.
Instead of just staring in a wall blankly.
Mm-hmm.
You don't fucking just take 3 choices and make them all the same choice.
No, exactly.
You look at them and say, hey, moving off to the left through the broom closet offered a chance to continue on unnoticed in the dungeon for further than they would have by attacking the cultists in the room that were taking care of the tree. However, if you want to continue on and stealth through the dungeon, you need to overcome this little obstacle of junk in the broom closet that I'm throwing at you.
Yeah. It's just
my players chose to attack the cultists taking care of the tree, killed them in like a round, and I'm like, cool, you know what? You continue being stealthy because they took the people out silent.
Yeah. 100%.
Nice.
Fucking
yeah, I know.
Yep.
Let's see. I wouldn't have pre-ordered it if it wasn't for the wood, though. Fair. The wood is important.
You need wood.
Need wood.
What kind of wood is it?
Yeah.
Tree wood.
Oh. Thank you. I think Cozy, we're bros like that. hasn't made a video in forever since Mommy Wizard of the Coast filed for divorce. Maybe. I don't know. I haven't been looking at newer stuff really. Also, he makes it sound as if dungeons are static with their encounters. If things are living in the dungeon, they don't have to stay in that one path. Exactly, like Aiden put it. Yep. You can move them according to the player's movements. Yeah. What if I just blow a hole in the wall for no reason? Did you plan for that, sir? Exactly.
No, but I can certainly adapt to it.
Exactly.
You created a superposition of you gave him a secret 4th choice and then he doesn't know what to do, so he blue screens.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're not in the Matrix. We're in the world of Blaze Blue. If you know what I'm talking about, I'm so sorry.
Thankfully, I don't. Someone tried to teach me Blaze Blue, and
I know of the fighting game. That's all I know.
Yeah, don't look into the story.
That's fair. I liked the fighting game.
Yeah, that's fine.
I feel I should, but I don't know for sure. I might give the video an F already. If you're writing a complex equation and the first calculation make is wrong, the rest of it's going to be wrong too. Yeah.
Yeah.
What you do still matters. Yes.
Yes.
Isn't this like a 7 or 9 minute video and they haven't even gotten a minute in? To be fair, we got a minute.
No, we got a minute and a half in.
Yeah, a minute and 33, but that was because before that first 30 seconds was him just saying, "Hi, I'm doing a thing," and then subscribe, right?
Yeah.
So, So yes, a minute.
Oh, okay.
I might give the video an F also. That's fair. Side note, cool setup, Aiden. There you go.
Thank you. I had to look up yarn production warehouse to learn what rooms are critical, and then I looked at the dungeon and I was like, how can I lay this out in a way that makes sense? And then how can I to make this, I first made a yarn production warehouse.
Yeah.
And then I aged it like 50 years and had cultists move in and modify it.
Yeah.
So I kind of had to make 2.
It's less than a minute in. That's called falling on his face right out of the gate. Oops, more than a minute
Us or
in.
him?
Shit. Him.
I feel like we're both.
To be fair, yeah, maybe we're falling on our face, but I don't think so. Yeah. Anyway, let's keep going.
Oh no, I'm that when I said that wasn't me being like, oh,
No,
we're so
I know,
bad.
I know.
That's us just being like,
No,
we always just get arrested by bad takes.
Yeah, absolutely. I was gonna say something more to it, but then I was like, no, there's gonna be more to talk about. So
were designed by me. When you buy a game book, you think you're buying options, but what you're buying is a menu. You're only choosing things off the menu that
you're
keep it
only
going.
choosing things off a menu. What a way to say it. Come on, man.
Yeah, and I don't mean to skip it fully, but I mean like let's let him get just a tiny bit further because I know we all are like, no, that's wrong.
Yeah, I know.
No, I disagree. I believe you are buying a menu things off it.
Yeah.
Oh,
like legitimately.
Wait.
Because
why?
When you buy a source book,
you
go, oh, that looks cool. I'll add that to my game. That's kind of lame. I won't bother to add that homebrew rule or something. You are 100% buying something that you go, I will take this and this. I will take this modified stat block and I'll use that from now on.
We don't have contention with that. We have contention with him saying that this is an illusion of choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, he hasn't said that it's an illusion.
No, that's what he's going for. Hold on, let me bring it back.
Let him get to it.
Ultimately, the parameters of those encounters were designed by me. When you buy a game book, you think you're buying options, but what you're buying is a menu. You're only choosing things off the menu that the designers of the game
off of the menu is options.
See. So your options are really limited. And
okay, yeah. So fucking why would you say things that literally mean that you have choices and options if you're saying that there are no choices or options?
Yeah.
What the fuck are you doing?
You think you're buying options, but what you're really buying is options.
Yeah, that's exactly what he said.
Is this the illusion of choice?
Yeah, that's
exactly.
Okay, good. I'm glad you guys also caught that.
Yeah, that's going really.
That's what I was talking about.
Really meta with this. It's all actually like you think you're buying one thing, but you're actually buying exactly that.
This is why I stopped it beforehand, because the first thing he said was you think you're buying options, which I'm like, yes, but then he says, but you're not. You're buying a menu. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about?
What the fuck is a menu if not a fucking list of options?
Exactly. That's why I immediately stopped it. It's just like, that's why I was saying he was saying it already. It's just that he didn't say it's an illusion of choice. He's not using the exact words. He's just saying it as it is.
I latched on to him saying buying because I was like, what a unique take. But yeah, I totally agree.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
And because of that, I lost sight of you think you're buying options,
Fair.
but really.
This is why it requires 3 of us. This way of playing does not sound fun.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. There's other things he does in his dungeons too.
It doesn't sound fun. Wait, he's a fan of OSR though. AD&D has fewer options than a character for a character than Pathfinder. Yeah. Illusion.
Yep.
I'm pretty sure with Professor Dungeon Master's advanced age, he was responsible for writing the story of Blaze Blue, or it was at least a consultant.
Yikes! Ouch!
Yes, a menu is indeed things to pick from. Yes.
Those options are not equal. The feat Cook is okay, but Crusher is a lot better. There's not going to be a lot of D&D characters who are going to choose the cooking feat.
So we're off topic again. We're going to a different thing.
Professor Dungeon Craft, whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know how I can explain this in simpler terms, but taking the chef feat changes how the game plays than if you take the crusher feat.
Right.
It's not an illusion of choice. It is, in fact, 2 very specific different choices.
Yes.
Of you want to optimize for combat or roleplay.
Yes, exactly. Well, some could be both. That's the other thing. Chef could be both. Because yes, it does give a little healing from a little snack, but like it also could be role play, like because you're a chef now. Wow, those two feats are non-comparable. I'm having a mini stroke trying to make sense of what he's talking about. No, they're comparable in the sense of they're both used in combat to a degree. Though
Chef
I
is
guess
used in combat.
Chef isn't technically in combat. It is used to as a. No, you're right. It's
as a
not
prep
actually,
for combat.
Yeah, it's a prep for combat. You're right. You're right. Never mind. If it is real, if your party makes it real, that's the point. He probably wrote the story for Star Ocean till the end of time, since he thinks everything's an illusion. That's not a compliment.
No, it is not. Ooh, someone's seen my older shit.
Yeah, I think Lux has, actually, yeah.
Don't say that name, please.
So they've given you the options, but ultimately, if you want to optimize the character for combat, and let's face it, that's what we do most of the time in these games.
No! It's not!
Factually and
incorrect.
Emphatically no.
Ay.
Man. You're going to choose a certain path. So therefore, those choices really...
So I get wanting to see D&D as a math equation.
Sure.
I get it.
Yeah.
I'm a nerd.
It can be fun.
There is the math equation aspect that is very fun to tackle and try to solve D&D.
Yeah.
It can be a fun take for a campaign one. But trying to act like every player everywhere does exactly that.
Yeah. Most of us. It's like, what?
Factually wrong. I, for instance, like making characters that just are characters.
Yeah, it's the character first. It's not the abilities and damage output necessarily.
Secondly, like, how do I put this? Feats are not red herrings. The chef feat is not a red herring to try to distract you off of the crusher feat.
Yeah.
And make you think that you are a smart cookie for taking the crusher feat.
Yeah.
No, it's the two are just different.
Yeah, exactly. You know what's bad when we're talking about the stories of Blaze Blue and Star Ocean?
Yeah.
He's technically not wrong. Some people do optimize for that, so I'll let that slide. No, he's not wrong that some people do. He's saying most people do.
Yeah, that's the problem.
That's much bigger of a qualitative statement. It's like, no, not necessarily. You also don't have the data to back that up.
He's saying we and making it the like royal we umbrella statement of the entire community who play TTRPG.
Yeah. I need to hear it again because there was something else that he said.
And let's face it, that's what we do most of the time in these games. You're going to choose a certain path. So therefore, those choices really weren't the choices that you thought they were.
Okay, so when I have a specific character in mind, if I want it to work a specific way, I plan out what my character is going to be. It doesn't mean I don't have the choice to build them a different way.
Yeah.
That's different.
Man.
Optimizing is different than being allowed to take a choice.
Man.
Wow, where are we?
All right, having the illusion of choice is when you have so for instance, actually, in the newest Pokemon game, there is a gym test where you have to spot a person in a crowd successively.
Okay.
Oh, actually, no. I know a better example. You have to choose whether or not you give a sandwich that your mom gives you to like the box legendary when you encounter them.
Yeah.
And if you don't do it within a certain time frame, the menu just does it for you.
Yeah. That's right. That's an illusion. Yep.
That is the illusion of choice.
Yep. That's true. Yep. I remember being told that, and I was like, oh, okay. Cool.
I hate that shit, man.
Now, what what D&D is doing with giving you the chef feat and the crusher feat? Let's go the whole. I will like stand from a optimizer perspective for you. Sure. Yeah. You could say still give your phone to the boss legendary to eat, and then like a minute later he'll just throw it up.
Yeah.
That is different from the menu just going, no, you cannot press this.
Right.
And actually you pressed this thing in a totally different menu.
Yep. Where are we? We're in Dungeon Craft.
Oh, yay.
I'm getting
We're in the Dungeon Craft.
Professor Dungeon Master.
Yeah, but
Dungeon
Craft
it is
channel.
Dungeon Craft.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
He just calls himself Professor Dungeon Master.
Yeah.
I know, it's I'm getting a little lost.
This is not an accredited university.
No,
it is not.
I'm getting a little lost, but I'm not sure how what he's saying doesn't apply to every RPG. Yeah, exactly.
No, every time people make an illusion of choice video, it always does.
Yeah. That is the argument.
There's never a time when these videos don't.
Yep.
Why are you using the M4 or the M249 saw in Call of Duty? Yeah, everyone knows that the only gun that exists is the AWP.
Yeah, that's the other thing. It can be applied to so many things outside of this. Like, it doesn't... It's such a moot point.
The AWP is CSGO, sorry. The
yeah, that's true. And I don't just mean 5v2, I mean every RPG, even if it was valid. Yeah. Person goes to the store, sees all the stuff to buy, and says, I can only buy gum because it's at the till. That's where I will end up, so I can only buy gum. That's what he sounds like. Yeah, you've got it. Yeah. Right there.
Yep.
Why are you falling for the false airings that is making different meals?
Yeah.
Everyone knows that the only meal that actually exists is jambalaya.
Yeah. Oh.
I was going to say cup ramen, but I mean, that works too.
Hey, anything, honestly.
Yeah. The only meal that exists is Soylent.
It is people. I took the chef feat. Later on, my DM just gave me a free check to notice poison food because of my extensive cooking skills and RP. Yeah,
nice, dude.
That's cool. Yeah. Oh my god.
Did it affect how the game played out? Sounds like that was a cool roleplay opportunity.
Yeah.
Notice that there's poison at the king's banquet.
Yeah.
That you thought they were. That is the problem that Cody and his players are experiencing. Yes, they made their individual choices, but they arrived at characters that are pretty much like all the other classes, optimized for combat, and it's going to result in combats that are very repetitive, very much the same. These choices begin as soon as you roll the character. You might roll 16.
So why even roll?
So why play?
I had my paladin character in a 5e campaign I made. I remember I was like level 12 when I took a look back and I was like, you know what? Let's hypothetically optimize Morty for combat.
Sure,
Let's see what different choices I'd make. It turns out all of the different choices I made for Morty, I picked them just because I was like, this feels fitting for his character.
Sure,
but they were they actually made him absolutely fucking crap.
That's cool. Yeah. Sometimes it works out that way. Sometimes it just does.
Yes. Sometimes you are Boris.
Yeah.
But never letting anybody have a free teleport ever again.
No, you shouldn't.
I'm glad I broke you of that.
Yeah. I bet you are.
Don't worry. The next time you actually do something with teleporting, it'll be like the 4E game, so it'll be fun.
Yeah.
And I will admit, when I was in combat as a paladin, combat did feel very repetitive because I was like, I'm melee only. The only thing I can do pretty much is run up to their face and smack them with a sword.
But you could have bought like a ranged weapon like a javelin, right? Like that's something you could have done.
Yeah, but I couldn't have smited through it.
No, you couldn't have. But it's a choice that you could have made before you get to whatever you can smite. You could have thrown stuff at it.
I was free to choose something like my choices built walls around themselves.
Yes.
And I was like, I want to see big number when I hit.
That's fair.
That doesn't sound like you.
Number go up, make chemical go burr.
Yeah.
However, Boris is someone who I have a very set play style for him.
Yeah.
Which would lead, like, my combats, typically, I do very similar things. I stab them with Thorn, or I Boris Barrage.
Yeah.
Or I teleport somewhere and hide.
Yeah.
However, because of the fact that I need to, like, track sight lines, no combat ever feels samey.
Yes, and whether or not the sun exists in the plane in which you currently occupy.
Also true, yes.
Yeah. Whether this, like, Remoraz has fucking tremor sense.
Yeah, that too. There's a lot of things. A lot of fucking
Which
things.
it did, by the way.
Yeah, I bet.
Oh,
yeah, that makes sense.
I imagine.
I suppose the inverse of you are what you eat is you eat what you are, and what you are is people. That's true. Delicious, delicious.
You are what you eat, and I eat the rich.
Oh. It is an Ouroboros.
Strength, and then you decide you're going to make the character Dragonborn, that'll give you +2, and you're going to choose the feat Crusher, that gives you +1 strength, and as you rise in levels you can add additional bonuses, and eventually you'll top out at 20, which is a +5 on the 20-sided die. But here's the thing.
Thank you.
By the time you do that, at about 9th or 10th level, virtually every Dungeons & Dragons character of every race will have a +5 in their prime requisite.
No. Not necessarily. Brother, have I a story for you? Kalungo.
Yep.
Like, immediately.
Now, to be fair, I think what he said was that at certain levels they would, and he was like, what, level 1? But yeah, no, don't worry, you're still on the right path.
At the same time, okay, so he's in the mindset that everybody optimizes to have their best stat as their best fucking stat, which, fair enough, sometimes that is the case. But there are times with my my ASI, I will, instead of making my stat the best, that it is the damage stat or whatever, I will go and make my other stats that are less good better, so that I can, not be as shitty in some of my skills or whatever, just in case, right? And also because I feel like sometimes it makes sense.
Just in case you want to have extra choices.
Yeah, right? Like, and this isn't even to say, like, so if we want to go from pure optimization standpoint, then this would never happen. But if we want to go from maybe I feel like it standpoint, I multi-classed for the first time for one of my characters from just being a bard, a College of Lore bard, to then going into rogue, right? And what I'm going to be doing with him is making him a mastermind rogue. So I have more stuff to do with my bonus action as well, just not just the inspiration, because sometimes people don't use their inspiration right away, so sometimes I want to be able to do something with my bonus action, right?
Yeah.
But at the same time, it makes sense for my character thematically, because he's trying to start manipulating people to do things for him in such a way that he can have this advantage. And I need a certain amount of a skill, a certain amount of a stat in order to even multi-class. So if I didn't have that, I wouldn't be going for this. And if I needed it, I could use my ASI to get to that point so that I could multi-class, right? And hell, is it the most optimal way for me to play this bard? I don't think so.
Wait, bard or rogue?
Bard rogue, right? I'm saying before he was a bard, right? So is it the most optimal way to multi-class into a rogue to be a bard rogue? Probably not.
Those are called brogue.
Right, brogue. Right, exactly. It's half of a brogan. So, but like probably not, because I don't get access to like the best spells that I could as a bard, And I'm going down a different tree that I need to take time into to actually get to a point, and I won't get to be the best rogue, because I've already got 6 levels in my bard. So
Alejo, I've got a question for you.
Yeah.
Would you say that this character is still satisfying and fulfilling to play?
Yes, 100%. I absolutely adore playing my fucking Tortle fucking College of Lore / Mastermind fucking Bard Rogue that is a sociopath who literally wants to manipulate everyone to get further his goals. Yes! He's great!
Nice.
I love him!
Curious.
I know! Isn't
That's
it such?
fucking weird.
Isn't it such? I suppose, it's like he does not want to think outside the box. No, obviously not. Optimizing is the only way.
No,
obviously.
Outside the box has choices. Things are nice and convenient when they're inside the box.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Hold on. Is Brogan a bard rogue barbarian? Yes.
Yes, it is.
Yes, Brogan is a bard rogue barbarian. It is official now, folks.
A Brogebarian.
No Nat Ones is a bard rogue barbarian.
It is canon in the TableTalk verse.
That's right. Whenever he's here, he can rage, inspire, and backstab.
Oh my god.
The man's a legend.
So, like, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I'm sympathetic to the fact that Professor Dungeoncraft, his point is that people try to increase their main stats.
Yeah.
Which, by and large, is generally true.
Yeah. Can be.
Your mileage may vary, but it's accurate more often than it's...
Sure.
It is 50.1% of the time or above.
Right. I don't have the stats to back you up or to disprove you, really. So
yeah,
that's all that matters.
Which is why I'm going to continue pushing my narrative.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm sympathetic to the fact that 2 different feats, like a player can be looking at 2 different feats that both give +1 to charisma.
Sure.
And both look really tempting for him.
Yeah.
Because they want to increase their charisma and also get a little something on the side.
Yes.
I'm sympathetic to that, and I'm sympathetic to the fact that you can look at this scenario from a very myopic and shallow perspective and go, oh yes, that means that players don't actually have choice, man. And then you'll hit the choke again.
Yeah, exactly.
However, you're ignoring a lot of very important facets.
Yeah.
Namely, that taking a different feat changes how the game plays.
Yeah, exactly. It's all fundamentally like, this happens at character creation. Oh, okay, so what if I make my character different? Oh. What if my stats that I rolled up aren't exactly like 18 in one of the stats? And I'm okay with that.
Why are we even playing RPG at this point?
Yeah,
Just
exactly.
I'll use pre-generated characters that all have pre-selected feats at particular levels. Certain spells. Why are we even bothering with this farce D&D?
Exactly. Why are we not just going to the playground, you saying, I cast magic missile at you, I say, I have a shield, so you can't hit me, you say, I have my magic missile that actually penetrates through shields, so I actually hit you, and then I say, no, I have my armor underneath that actually counters that magic missile, so that I
have a
actually
shield on.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, you had the shield spell.
Right, yeah.
I would love it if it's like, you had to specify. It's like, no.
Right, yeah. But, like, why are we not just doing that, right? Like, that's... If we're gonna be like this, why not just go to the playground again, okay? Because, like, it doesn't matter anymore then. Nothing matters anymore then, okay?
Yeah.
Because fuck it.
You know what? When we were all playing that game at the playground,
Yeah.
Professor Dungeoncraft must have absolutely killed it.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Broken just leveled up, boys. That's right. And Leroy would not mix well with DM. He is the one outside of the box. Yeah.
Ability score and a +4 proficiency bonus, which means they all get +9. In the first version of D&D, you didn't have proficiency bonuses. You looked up what your character needed to hit on a chart.
This doesn't matter anymore. This is a moot point. It is not the same system anymore.
These are two totally different things.
Absolutely different. So, great.
Proficiency bonus is just a simplification.
Yes. Just...
It's okay, so it's a simplification of your to hit bonuses, which is itself a simplification of THAC0.
Yes. Yep. Exactly.
You're looking at a simplification of a simplification and going, oh, see, you don't actually get.
Yeah. It's a moot point. Like I said, it does not matter at all. You're arguing for nothing. Good job.
Yes. You are literally looking at 6 + 1 and saying like, oh, see, it's actually different than 2 × 3 + 1.
Right, exactly.
PEMDAS, motherfucker.
By 10th level, you have +8. And you probably had only a +1 strength because that was as high as it went. It didn't go to +4. That works out to virtually the same as this version of the game. These characters and these characters aren't stronger or weaker than one another in terms of the pure mechanics. They just arrive at those proficiency bonuses differently. 5e players have that illusion of choice that makes it seem like their characters are different, but eventually...
they arrive there, don't they?
You literally said that they are the same, and then you said that they're not, and I don't understand why you think this.
These players, in 1e D&D, you get to the point where you have an 18 AC as you level up, just as part of your class. But in 5e, you have to choose to go get armor. Thus, 5e players don't have choice, I guess.
Yeah.
Well, you had to choose to get it. That being made to choose it
is an illusion.
I guess.
If I am... Alright, Professor Dungeoncraft, I would like to pose a hypothetical to you.
Okay.
Say I am a level 1 player, and I'm going for the Bloodborne Waste of Skin playthrough, and I start with a loincloth and nothing else. By level 15, if the DM looks to me and says, please take some full plate armor, and I like a Chad with a very square chin, and like you know the art, like
we know.
You don't have to say anymore. Yeah.
Like you know the pectorals that are like 5 times bigger than the rest of the body. I look at him and I go, no.
Refuses to elaborate.
Yes.
Exactly. And by level 15, I am like, oh, what's the name of that walk? It was a meme. The
fucking Livesy or whatever.
Yeah, the Livesy Funk walk.
Yeah, God, I hate that fucking meme.
If I am just walking through your campaign with no armor and just a loincloth, and have made it to level 15 like that, my stats are going to be different than if I took that DM's plate armor.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because going to the playground requires going outside, and nobody has the lunch money to pay off the bullies to leave them alone. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. THAC0, an 18 out of the 18/00 strength. What a time. Save versus Rod and System Shock saves. Yep, that's right. Man, I bet Boo is glad he did not miss this fun time.
Yeah. Don't worry, I'm having a fun time on my own. I'm playing Forgive Me Father again because watching these motherfuckers play it made me want to play it again.
Good choice.
Absolutely fair.
Good choice.
Yeah.
Professor is stuck on the hamster wheel of choice. Yes.
Man, I honestly, I'm like, I realize that, we're not really, well, Never mind. I'm really glad that none of us have this fucking mindset.
Dude, I don't know how somebody can.
Yeah,
I don't
understand.
get it. It is literally a foreign concept to me from an interstellar dimension.
Yeah.
Like,
it's just so mind-boggling to me to not understand this concept.
Yeah. I just don't... It's like, oh, you're having a bad time with your optimized characters because they're doing the same thing over and over because you made them that way. Because you chose to make them that way. Oh, okay.
Oh my god, my washing machine is washing my clothes. Be more exciting.
Exactly. Like, it's so strange to me that you can't grasp that as a concept. I just don't get it, right?
It's ridiculous.
Are you going to make lunch or do dishes first? And then, like, Professor Dungeon Craft, like, curls up in the fetal position on the floor, crying illusion of choice.
Yeah.
To be the same. It's a lot like cutting a pizza into 12 slices instead of 8. It doesn't mean you have more pizza. You're just breaking it down into smaller pieces.
It's a totally different concept.
What's more fitting to feed 12 people?
Yeah, exactly.
What the fuck are you on about?
Just why do these people make videos?
I don't know.
Why do you put this out there? What is going on?
Like, what happened? Don't get me wrong. I'm sympathetic to the fact that at the end of the day, it's still a 12-inch pizza.
I don't think anybody
we each get an inch.
Yeah,
that's it. We only get an inch.
That's all right. That's fine.
It's a 12-inch pizza. What?
but like,
this
is a scenario in which A is not B.
Yeah, I'm not sympathetic because I don't care. It doesn't matter. Right? Like, it's not the point that does not help in any respect. I don't know why it was brought up.
Yeah.
To your party of adventurers last weekend, were they almost defeated, but then they pulled out a victory at the very last second and defeated the villain or the big boss? That's what happens most of the time in most games, regardless of systems. Yes, once in a while,
not really. Sometimes you have a fucking little mongrel man suplex your lich, and then he can't do shit. Sometimes there isn't that.
That's true.
Sometimes you play How many boss encounters of yours have we ruined?
Actually, not all that many.
Yeah.
Oh, well, okay, so there was basically every boss where Zeke was around,
because
he would just slow them. That's why I had to have Riri come along and with his Etten bullshit of like, oh, he just doesn't take bullshit because he's got two heads.
Yeah.
But not really all that many.
There was also, I'm particularly proud of when we did the beetle run.
Yeah, no, that one was good.
Oh,
because
yeah,
you guys didn't ruin that one at all.
That wasn't ruined.
We simplified the hell out of that one.
Yeah. That's right.
Oh, do you mean the beetle or the wasps?
Oh, the beetles.
Oh, okay, the beetles.
The big beetles that I snuck around in the shadows of.
Yes, that was great. That didn't ruin it at all. That was you being smart.
Yeah, that fucking Jesus.
Yeah. Okay, wrong about the pizza theory. Have you seen how Chuck E. Cheese slices do not match the size of the pizza? Food theory literally proved this.
Oh my god. Is that like a game theory? Because if it is, I don't want to watch it.
I don't know. So he's saying a fighter in AD&D gets all of the abilities that a fighter in Pathfinder 2e can possibly take because that wouldn't be his true statement. No, he's saying it about 5e, but also, you're right, it wouldn't be true still. Like, I don't... But now he's talking about stuff about outside of the system, which I just need to know what he was saying again.
Last second and defeated the villain or the big boss. That's what happens most of the time in most games, regardless of systems. Yes, once in a while a player character is going to die, but very seldom is there going to be a total party kill. And Cody mentions in 22 years of game mastering, he's only experienced that one time. That's pretty par for the course for players who got introduced in the 3rd edition, because 3rd edition introduced a lot more healing capabilities, and those have just grown and grown.
Yeah, but it also introduced a lot of, like, still deadly shit.
Yeah.
It's just a choice. It's a question of balancing from the DM's perspective / game master's perspective in whatever game it is, not the fact that there are more options.
Yeah.
Also, I'm not entirely sure what he's
This is
I'm not entirely sure what he's proposing for how D&D actually works.
I don't know. I'm
because he says, "Oh, you look like you're going to lose an encounter versus the boss all the time. Thus, losing is actually an illusion."
Yeah, that's the implication that I've got so far, but at the same time I'm like, that can't be what he's saying because that's just stupid.
Yeah, I really hope that's not, because hell, if he's he's a shill for OSR, OGR,
OSR,
and those ones were fucking deadly as shit.
Yeah,
that's kind of what they're known for. You know, save versus poison. If you fail, you're fucking dead.
Yeah,
that's a meme. It's so deadly.
Yeah,
legitimately, things always are going to look dire in D&D.
Yes.
Because when you're seeing, like, oh, our barbarian just took half of his health from one attack from the boss. Yeah. Oh no, this fight has, like, you are reevaluating where the fight was to where the fight is now, and saying the barbarian is at half health and we have done no meaningful damage to the boss. This fight is now going poorly.
Yeah.
And thus, because of that, like, say he hits the barbarian again the next round, and now the barbarian goes down. You're going, oh no, we are now losing this fight, and then someone pulls some clutch spell, or pulls aggro somehow. And then you manage to sneak in a health pot into the barbarian's throat, and you go, "Oh, thank God! Okay, we're still in this. We can do this." And then the DM throws out the magical. Nah, the boss is beginning to look a little bloodied, and you go, "All right. This has been an uphill climb, but we can do this." And you will always get that feeling of you were losing, and then you clutched out a victory.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that the boss is an illusion.
Yeah, it just doesn't mean anything. Like, it is what it is, right? Like for the most fundamental thing, it is that experience, and that is an experience that is over everything that has combat in it, in which those scenarios can happen. So it's really like, why would you make a point that seems like you're trying to say that everything doesn't matter, because in the end you will win, and sometimes, very rarely, everyone dies.
Yeah.
Which is like, and then you go, and also Cody said he's only experienced that once, and I'm like, good for him.
Yeah, that's good. Like,
sometimes that can happen more than once.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean anything.
This sparks the exact same, like, thing. So I, as a person, you guys both may know this, but I'm saying this also for the audience's sake. I am typically, just as a person, very anxious.
Sure.
Very
anxious.
Very anxious.
Anxious, yes.
And one of my absolute biggest pet peeves in this entire world is someone looking at me and unironically saying, "It'll all work out in the end."
Oh, yeah.
Fair.
And that feels kind of like what you're saying about D&D, Professor Dungeon Craft.
Yeah.
It feels like what would be a better solution in your mind would be, I say, you all walk into the boss room, barbarian, you take 39 points of damage and are then recovered by the sorcerer slipping a health pot. Wizard, you clutch off a good fireball, and rogue, you nat 20 your sneak attack, and you jib the boss. Here's your loot.
Yeah, exactly.
And it feels like that is what you are proposing we just should simplify D&D too.
Well, that's the impression that I get overall with this argument, is just like the nihilistic view of it doesn't matter in the end. Right?
Yeah, well, I was thinking of calling it nihilistic because like it does have the nihilistic, it doesn't really matter.
Well, it's the everything
however,
doesn't matter.
However,
Everything. Yeah.
It's not nihilistic because it's like optimistic of it'll all work out in the end. Like,
dude, I don't think
we'll clutch out a victory.
Yeah, so I don't think so. That's not even part of the Like, I don't think that's optimistic. I think that's just a certainty, and it's not even looked at as favorable. It's just looked at as the result. It's not looked at with any sort of like, oh yeah, it'll all be fine. No, it's just like, no, we'll be fine.
It's more of a certainty rather than a hope.
Right. Yeah, that's what I mean. And it's just like, that's why I still think it's nihilism, because it's just like, again, at the end of the day, it will work out because it doesn't matter.
Yeah, nihilism is technically the it doesn't matter standpoint.
Yeah. So that's why
believing that nothing matters, or coming from a nihilistic standpoint and then assuming the worst, is fatalism.
Yes, exactly. So like I don't understand how we're there, because it's not the point that any of these people would say if you actually ask them straight up in those words. So you are saying that D&D and playing it is completely pointless. Saying that to them, they would say no. Yeah. I'm certain. I'm absolutely certain.
Yeah. Honestly, if you play D&D or really any tabletop role-playing game and anybody said that, you would be completely in your right to say no, it's not.
Right.
Because if you're doing much of anything with, the effort and thought that it takes to actually do it, with the same amount of effort and thought that it would take to do with D&D, they're going to say, no, it does matter, because otherwise I wouldn't. D&D is not really, in the grand scheme of hobbies, it's pretty easy, but it still takes effort.
Yeah. Well, it's the thing of like, yeah, we put the value that we put into things, right? Like, that's just how it is. And like, again, this argument just seems to be against that. And it's like, why? Why are you like this? I don't understand.
Thus far, too, we have ignored the fact that he's like, oh, every combat looks like you're going to lose, and then you clutch off a win.
Right, yeah.
Like,
not every fight is a Dragon Ball fight.
No.
He is taking that statement, and he is reducing it to encounters follow a script.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which is factually wrong.
Yes.
Because what determines levels of success or failure is dice.
Yeah, you can't script that
which
shit.
Are random.
Well, you could script that shit if you had weighted dice, I suppose. But then you just fuck. Like, what's the point? Fudge. That again, well, fudge. Yeah, that's true. And then it's just like, what's the point at the end of the day, right? In a lot of cases. Yeah. So. Anyway, I feel like he's comparing the lifespan of characters in prior systems compared to today. He's comparing just in general, I guess, and I don't know why.
Yeah.
It's hard for the brain to truly comprehend the randomness of the dice. That's true.
Yeah.
It'll all work out in the end, narrator. It didn't work out in the end.
I would love to ask him about whether free will is an illusion.
Yeah, that's
of choice.
Oh god, yeah, that would be the other question that you could pose, and then it'd be like, what?
So I'm actually on board with camp that free will does not exist. The human brain just does a lot of ways of tricking itself into believing that it has choice.
I don't care. Personally,
sure, valid.
Yeah, it does not matter to me in the slightest. That's where I'll go nihilism on you. It doesn't fucking matter at all.
Yeah, no, fair. Like,
Like free will as a concept, or
like
the question?
The question and the arguments and everything like that. It just because at the end of the day we all experience the same things regardless, and it does not matter what free will.
Well, you don't know that my red isn't your red.
What I mean, the fundamentals of existence, right? Like it doesn't fucking matter otherwise.
Yeah.
The illusion of color.
The color out of space. Yeah. Anyway. I didn't mean to shut that down. If you wanted to talk about it more, I just.
Oh no, that was kind of the end. It was
okay.
just,
yeah,
it was
just a kind of cheeky question of asking.
Yeah. You could ask them. Absolutely, it would be interesting to see them do it because it'd be like, so why do you think the D&D matters then? I guess. Like where's the illusion? I guess. Anyway, not really a fan of the nothing matters thing, dude. Relax. Yeah, exactly, right? Let it be known, Professor Dungeon Master has watched too much shonen anime and treats his games as such.
And I watch a lot of shonen anime.
Yeah. Since we're on nihilism, I'd like the Evangelion theme to start playing over Professor Dungeon Master right now.
Oh god, please no.
There you go.
Over time. A combat system is just a tool for resolving violent conflicts. That's not to say they don't have different feels. They definitely do. RuneQuest and Warhammer have an armor absorption system where armor soaks up hit points of damage, and that feels more realistic than D&D, but it's also more time-consuming, and again, you get the same results. Someone's going to win and someone's going to die. It's just a question of how many steps
what, now are you complaining about fighting in general?
Yeah, it's going off the rails, man. I'm just gonna let it go.
The illusion of war.
Peace is an illusion. There is only war.
Yes.
I mean, fuck. That's what the emperor fucking said.
Yes, exactly.
Or maybe not the emperor. It could be like the ecclesiarchy, but whatever.
Yeah, it's in general. It's the Imperium's motto, really.
Yeah, pretty much.
To get to that result. Feats, spells, and powers definitely give the players options. I'm not arguing that.
No, you are! You're arguing against that!
Yeah, you are literally arguing saying the Crusher feat is the only feat.
Right, the implication from everything that you're doing. Oh, fuck it. Whatever. We've already talked.
Yeah. Right.
I just think they slow the game. Individual and
what the
What do you want? What do you want from a game now? What do you actually want to happen? Do you want it to be that everything is done within like a few minutes or a session or what? What is the point for you?
Yeah, fucking.
You can't take the time.
And are you telling me you got this from OSR?
Yeah.
you know, actually, in fairness to Professor Dungeoncraft,
sure.
I'm just saying his name wrong now on purpose because it's fun to me.
Yeah.
I think he has become so adept at making well-balanced encounters that he no longer sees it as his own talent, but rather indicative of the system.
Dude, I don't know. Maybe. Honestly, it could. I'll give you that. It could be possible. Could be possible.
Maybe he's just going, oh, look at this. This monster, this encounter is so perfectly balanced for my players. Every single time it's just banger after banger for my combat sessions. This must be scripted, but he's actually a Giga Chad.
Right.
I refuse to rule out this possibility.
It's fair.
But the thing is, I don't know if he can be a Chad. I don't know if he can be a Giga Chad, because a Giga Chad would know.
That's true.
They would know that they're doing it correctly.
You're right.
Yeah, you're 100% correct.
Peace is an illusion. There is only war was literally a Toonami commercial. Yo, really?
Yeah, really?
That's awesome.
Cool.
Forever trusting who we are and nothing else matters. Metallica. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. What is this video? Good question.
Bad.
Yes.
Oh, there is actually a song recently that I've been listening to like an edgy teen,
Oh,
it doesn't really
that
matter
doesn't surprise me at all, actually.
by unto others.
Ah. Dungeon Professor Craft. Yes. Professor Craft. Mr. Craft.
Professor Minecraft here.
Mmm. This video takes you to rock bottom from SpongeBob. Yes.
Initiative just breaks initiative down into several smaller steps. Action economy and multiple attacks and bonus actions.
Wow, he actually is complaining that everything takes too long. Everything.
Well, I mean, look, let's be honest here. I will give him this. He is an old man, and he does not have much time left. I assume. Because otherwise, this is fucking stupid.
I don't know, man. I have no idea why you would think. Like, to be fair, some people don't have time to play so much. It's absolutely fair and valid. You take the time you need to take, and really, you want things to go as fast as they can, or as slow as they can to make it work for the pacing of your session, right? To make it both satisfying and enjoyable for yourself and your players. That's totally fair. I understand that. Everything taking too much time or being too many steps or whatever, making it so that it's worse for you, is such a weird thing to argue. Yeah. And I assume he's getting this from the Pathfinder side of this, where you have the action economy and all of that, right? The more robust action economy and all of that, right? And like, he's just looking at that and going, too much time, even though it takes the exact same amount of time. Because all of those things tell you exactly how many actions they'll take, and you can look at them and go, oh, yeah, I'm going to cast my third fucking action fireball so that it takes up my turn. Nice. Done. Like,
break the combat round into...
I want to actually draw a tangent on what something Boo said.
Okay.
And this is a problem that has plagued me ever since I was but a wee child.
A wee bab.
And I first remember asking this question to my mother, and I didn't get a satisfying answer. Oh. I've asked this to various other people, and I've never gotten a satisfying answer.
Right.
Why do you always notice that, like, teenagers are in a rush to, like, go, like, get things done? And old people are like, I have to wait a month for this one paper to be signed? No problem. You take your time. When, frankly,
it should be the opposite.
The two should be reversed.
Be the opposite.
Yeah. No, I get you.
And I've never gotten perspective from anyone who doesn't go, yeah, I kind of see that.
Oh, I actually, like, I think, at least in, you know, your mileage may vary in this, but for the old, right? The old are content at that point. They're done.
They already have 1 foot in the grave.
Yeah, basically. No, legitimately, basically, yeah. They literally, like, and, like, nothing is going to stop them from doing, like, whatever they want to do. Usually, until they get to the point where sometimes people just put them in a home or something, right?
Yeah.
But it's one of those things where they are, like, done with waiting for things and being impatient for things, because they just, it'll either happen or it won't, right?
Yeah.
And they'll either be alive the next day or they won't, right? And then with teens, at least from my perspective, it's like, no, they want to get to that point where they can do all the things that they want to do, right? They want everything to go fast because they're not an adult yet. They're no longer a kid, so they don't have that capacity of not caring about anything anymore. But they're getting to that point of needing to care about shit to such a degree that they want to get to that shit now. And being an adult means that they can do that shit. And then they don't realize that being an adult is a lot more of wanting to do things but not having the time to do it, or not feeling like you have the time to do it. And then you get to the old where you're like, oh no, I've got plenty of time. I'm retired / just like doing whatever I want to do. Right? That's at least what I think.
That is That is the first time I've ever heard an answer that I consider to be somewhat like fulfilling as an answer. Thank you.
You're
You're welcome.
Woo! We're fixing life problems here on TableTalk.
Yep. Talking about the young and the old.
I can say I gained at least something during
Yeah.
this video.
Hey, starting 4 years of doing this, you got one thing. That's
You
pretty
got
good.
one.
You know
Everybody
what?
gets one.
You know what? That means that I can die happy.
Treasure that one.
Because I've at least fulfilled somebody once. Anyway, there are more mechanics than grays in my hairs. I've dealt with some pretty impatient old people. That's why I said your mileage may vary. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I have one leg and still am an impatient old person. You'd think I'd learn after getting hit by the car. Nope. Then again, I've been an old man since 5 years old, so the rules don't apply to me. Yeah. One good leg and one Iron Man leg. Make that
Yo!
clear. Of course.
Does it have a shotgun in it?
I hope so.
You know what I realized, actually, now that you've brought up cyberware.
Yes.
So you know those
Anything to
people
get
that
rid of
have that kind of hearing aid that is like grafted to their skull, effectively, and how it is essentially it's a thing that vibrates the bones in your ear in the same way that sound does.
Yeah.
And I was always thinking, can you just fucking have that thing play like music? Can you just have that linked to like a Bluetooth thing, and then we literally fucking have like a cyber audio suite? Because that literally means that you could have it set up to where it's like linked to like some kind of walkie-talkie, and you can receive orders from your fucking other Edgerunner buddies.
Yeah. So
get info and shit silently.
We absolutely could do that. Yes.
That'd be fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Ooh, I want you to know that I've got a very good insight into how we're both different as people. So you get this big old highbrow, like, oh, you can get tips from your other Edgerunner buddies and pull off like high key heists. And me, who is a student,
an intellectual,
yes.
I
immediately go, oh, dude, you could listen to music while taking tests.
Yeah, no, and dude, you could walk around with Doom music playing.
That's true.
I see no downside to this.
Aiden, you fucking nerd.
I have told you why I was a chemistry major.
I know. I'm just.
And I mean, hell, you could. I'm not saying you couldn't do that too.
No, I know. It's just one of those things where you notice the difference where your mind went immediately. It's just funny. It's just funny. The insurance couldn't afford the shotgun.
I still think of myself as like a student first and foremost because I've spent so much of my life in school.
That is fair. All right. Here we go.
Anyway.
To smaller steps. Ability scores are a way of dividing those bonuses up into smaller pieces. Like, you think there's a difference between a 12 and a 13 dexterity, but they both yield a +1. And yeah, you can raise that ability score slightly over the lifetime of the character, but it's only going to yield a +1 difference, maybe 4 levels sooner or something, so it's really not going to make that much of a difference. The reason Pathfinder and 5e just don't eliminate the 3 to 18 ability score is because if you just saw what's real, the bonus to the 20-sided die, the characters would start looking the same, and you'd realize the optimization was an illusion.
Okay, Professor Dungeon Crafts, see, here's the thing. Admittedly, if you view this from a shallow, myopic perspective,
exactly,
you can look and see, oh, a 12 and a 13 both grant a +1. Wow. So instead of making it so that there's 12s and 13s and 14s and 15s, just make a strength score that goes from 0 to 20. Just go from like 5 to 15.
Yeah.
It's all the same. Exactly. And it can be tempting if you view that from a superficial standpoint to go, well, why don't we just use only ever ability scores? However, you lose sight of the very niche situation in which you have one score that's a 13 and another score that's a 15, and when you hit level like 4 and you get 2 points to throw into ASIs, you can level them both up
Yeah,
one instead of
exactly.
only ever one at a time.
Mm.
I just don't
There,
understand.
there
That's
are
okay.
niche scenarios I need you to think through.
Like, the other thing, if we want to just look at it as a number, okay, great. Why don't you also, I don't know, expand your goddamn mind for like a second and think about what that number means for your character, right? Oh, I
And the
have
differences between the characters themselves.
Yeah,
Like, you know, mine's a wizard and is like a fucking nerd. And the fighter is a fighter and is not a fucking nerd.
Yeah. Like,
I mean,
I had it
oh, gone.
I was gonna say, I had it explained to me at once of like intelligence at 10 is your average intelligence. And then as you keep going in that, it's like you're going into college, right? Like you're going through degrees of college experience, okay? And then like you're a fucking PhD whatever at 18, 20, whatever, right? So you kind of like use that as a basis of, oh, okay, so at what, 10 dexterity, I'm an average person. And then at 11 dexterity, I've been doing some stretching. I can kind of do some bends and stuff, you know, a little bit more. As you keep going, you kind of get to the point of being an Olympic athlete who can do the
Stretches.
like, or sorry, no, not a, like more close to a contortionist, I guess is a better way to put it, right? The Olympic
or
athlete is
gymnast.
yeah, exactly, a gymnast, yeah. The Olympic athlete and such for like more strength-based things is for your strength, right? You see those degrees, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that can give you an idea of what maybe your character looks like, how they act certain ways. Like, there's so many factors that can be sprouted off of because of these stupid little fucking numbers that mean absolutely nothing if you look at them as just fucking numbers. But I guess that's just too hard to do or something. I don't get it. I don't
Very
understand.
hard to look at a number as representing more than what it is.
Exactly. I don't, like, I look at my piece of paper. It's got all of these numbers on them. They look the same as the numbers on my friend's piece of paper. Yeah, my character looks the same as that character.
Hey, Alejo. I rolled a d20 and I got a 4.
Yeah.
I know you said you needed me like a 10 to hit.
Right.
But what is the difference between a 4 and a 10? Like, I don't actually know. Like, what is functionally the difference here?
It's all an illusion of choice at the end of the day, though. So, like, if you fail this one check, you'll succeed later on. So, really, you succeeded already. So.
Oh, okay, great,
yeah,
great.
Yeah, you're
so
good.
I don't die now.
So,
no.
So like, in fairness to Professor Dungeoncraft, a lot of companies see us as just numbers on paper.
Good for them. Yeah.
Like Visa, MasterCard, that we're all just our.
We're all just
like,
a wave on a chart.
We're all just our credit. So why don't you show me yours?
Oh, you brought it back! Yo, nice callback. Actually,
was that a callback too?
He was saying this before of the credit card numbers and stuff in the beginning of the stream. Oh my god,
Boo, we've known each other for like a while, but I wouldn't exactly call us like friends or anything.
Yeah, no.
But I have an idea for how we can like deepen our friendship. And we can call each other nicknames.
Okay.
And I've got a fun little idea for one. So what we'll do is you get your parents' credit card and including the 3 wacky numbers on the back.
Yeah.
And I'll just call you that from now on. And now that I have your nickname, we can now start to be friends.
Okay.
Don't you want to be friends, Boo?
I've got a lot of friends. Maybe. That's pretty great.
No, it's pretty funny, and I'm glad you got to work in that comic. It was actually
really
pretty good. I didn't expect it because you were going a different way with the companies and Visa, and I was like, "Where is this going?" And then was like, "Oh,
is this the technique? It's a different way to utilize it."
It was good.
The foot Kamehameha.
You put me in a little bit of a loop, a little meandering loop that I was like, "Oh, I don't," and then you got me in the end, and I was like, "Oh shit."
Yeah.
I guess that when I was still in school, it really felt like that was going to be forever, even all the way up through the final year. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
mean, hey, if you choose to go to college, it still can.
Yeah. you can literally be a professional student in some places, to be fair.
Ugh.
Yeah, it's bad. I did an online quiz to determine what my ability scores would be, and they weren't too bad, but I'm afraid I've let them fall since then. Yeah, fair enough.
I've certainly let my dexterity fall.
Oh, I'm losing everything. I'm dying.
Oh,
yeah.
Just like Dungeon & Craft, man.
Yeah.
Dude, all I know is my con score must be fucking godly.
Oh yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, no, my con is actually really fucking good too. Until I get cancer.
Yeah, exactly. You guys are fine until,
Yeah, until we're not.
I actually, unironically, today, in fact,
right this second.
Oh.
No, it was at 4 p.m.
Okay.
I noticed I had like an ingrown hair on my leg, and it had like gotten to the point where like I just didn't know it was there for the longest time.
Yeah.
And I now have a little bit of a blood infection.
Oh, fun. I hate those.
It's not good.
So yeah, cleaned it out with some peroxide, like drew around it with like a little pen so I know if it's growing or not.
Fair.
Oh, smart.
And then I was just like, I'll leave it for tomorrow and see if it grows. And I looked it up online, and it's like, yeah, it can like get to the point where it covers like your arm in like 3 hours.
Jesus.
And I was like, is the fact that I'm just like waiting for tomorrow to see how it shakes out, like just me being very privileged of having a high con score?
Con score privilege.
Yeah.
That's a new one.
That's a good
My
one.
God.
Jesus. I could be a professional student, but I'd rather have money. Oh yeah, most of us, yeah.
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 I don't have much money, but the little I do have, I want. Yeah, exactly.
Why do you want it? You already have it.
Oh.
You've already experienced having money. You should spread that feeling around others.
Oh my God.
Cody mentions
there's some
that
place
the
where you can conveniently do that. It's called our Patreon.
Lux is already part of our Patreon. It's fine.
Oh, okay.
Lux
I won't let you guilt Lux into more money.
Oh no, isn't Lux actually tier 4 already?
No, tier 2.
Oh, well
okay.
then.
No, I won't let you do this. No!
There is a tier 4.
God damn it. All right, let's keep going. I fucking want to be done with this.
Players are getting bored around level 9, and that's to be expected because D&D and Pathfinder have a scalability problem. It's where the game starts breaking down. More hit points, attacks, bonus actions, and spells mean longer turns, and that's going to create a game
that
No.
more attack options mean less choice. You think when you open up your character sheet, you're getting all of these options for things you can choose in combat.
But you're not.
Actually.
It's not.
It's actually just a menu with options on it that you choose from.
So something that I am noticing here, specifically with him, and with this argument in particular, is that, oh man, we got more shit to do, and so it takes longer. This, coming from a D&D player, sounds about right, but from a wargamer perspective, it really just feels fucking stupid. Because what I'm imagining is, imagine these people fucking playing, I don't know, orcs or something, where you've got a unit of like 20 or 30 boys, and they all have like 2 attacks. Imagine them rolling 1 attack at a time.
Dude, oh.
That's what I'm imagining. Because I'm like, oh man, my character's got multiple attacks. Let's roll one at a time. One hit, damage. One hit, damage. Instead of just rolling all your fucking d20s at once.
Yeah.
And I get that some people don't do that because, you know.
It's fair enough.
But man, it just really seems like
it's the thing where with this kind of like in the later game, I won't lie. I mean, it does get tedious because everything is a fucking, sponge, right? A damage sponge. And like, that's a problem. Why are we talking about this right now? I guess is my question. If we're talking about the optimization standpoint, which is not the illusion of choice, if we're talking about that, then you're already optimized to the point where you can do the most damage that you can every turn. So it's going to take as long as it takes regardless. Like, you can't do anything better, right? If we're talking about the illusion of choice aspect, how did we get to getting to level 9 when nothing matters in my choices? I don't know.
Yeah,
like,
how did we even last this long?
Like, why are we playing the game still at this point? It doesn't matter at all, right? Like, I don't...
Yeah.
Hey, guys.
Hello.
This could just be me losing sight of it because we've been, like, pausing him every 30 seconds. If that...
Every point.
But has he even mentioned Cody's players in a bit?
Yes.
A couple of times,
In a bit.
But
it's been a little while, but he has mentioned them he mentioned them before with the optimization thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But since then, no.
The last time I remember them being mentioned is just the optimization.
Yep.
And it just seems to me that he's gone off on this tangent of his own.
Yep.
You're right. Combat takes longer and people have lots of spells, which means they have less choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, now we're not really even touching the original point very
It's one
much.
of those it's one of those things where this shitty argument takes in order for you to trick people into believing that this is a good argument, you start to meander to the point of talking about things in different ways that are of nothing to do with this original point, right? You go and you say, no, the illusion of choice is optimization. Actually, it's the too many choices too many things that are broken down because of these the stats and all the skills and everything. Actually, too much hit points and stuff at the later level. Like, you need to start confusing the audience.
Yeah.
In order to make it so that you seem like you're smart. But this has nothing to you never like go for the original point, and you never hammer down like what it actually is that you're saying.
Yeah, and it's just seemed to be a bunch of non sequitur.
Yes, it is all non sequiturs. Absolutely, yes. That is
sequitur, rather, yeah.
Yeah. And like
I've made that choice ever since. Jesus, I made that mistake ever since I was a fucking kid.
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. But yeah, it's in order to get you to forget that the actual point that he was talking about before is something that he was wrong about, because now he's talking about things that I can agree with because they're nothing to do with the illusion of choice. Right? Yeah. He's talking about now, the higher level you get, the harder it is to make everything, not take as long and all that. And I'm like, yeah, everyone knows that. Why are we talking about this? Right? So, great. Don't worry, I'm far too self-centered to feel guilt. Good, Lux, good. Don't let these guys get you to donate more money than you need to, okay? or want to.
I'll make you feel as guilty as I have to if it means more money in my pockets. Which is disappointing because none of the money actually winds up in my pockets.
Exactly.
Right? It all fucking goes to Alejo. Hey, bullshit.
Man, it goes into our shared account for expenses for the show. Technically, it's under my name.
I
haven't touched it. I haven't touched it in fucking years.
Expenses for the show, like that Digimon game.
Don't.
You'll play it on the show, so it's an expense for the show.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh God, no. I don't want that to be even hinted as a thing that could be possible. No.
No, I
know.
I know you didn't.
I know. I'll show you the logs. Anyway. Okay.
The doctored ones, you mean?
Fucking receipts. Fucking receipts.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, okay, that's not true, but I'm saying it anyway. Oh shit. Well. Oh no. Don't admit these things.
All right, Aiden. Crack those knuckles.
No. Well,
Sorry, I was paying attention to Pokemon. What was up?
Good. No, you're good. Well, embarrassed.
No, you didn't miss anything.
Embarrassment with myself sometimes, but maybe that's the same thing. I don't know. Hello, fellow humans. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
How
Video.
do you do, fellow humans?
Yeah. Video gets an F from me. Are we at the point where I blow a hole in the wall? Yes. My brain's getting a little too scrambled to be sure what he's saying anymore. That's fair. I'm still here, and oh my god.
I'm getting to the point where I would blow a hole through the wall, but I would still try to protect the wall by throwing my skull in between it and the gun.
Yeah.
Feels like it's slower, even during a combat when the pace of the game should be picking up. Cody's final decision to give up Pathfinder 2.0 in favor of 5e breaks down like this. If he has to decide between a slightly unsatisfying combat system that feels repetitive and another slightly combat system that feels repetitive, if those are his only two choices, he'll choose the one that's less complicated. But I don't think there's just two choices. There's a lot more choices than that. Any game that has those 6 core ability scores, strength, intelligence, wisdom, armor class, hit points, and you roll a 20-sided.
Whoa. Why did you stop listing the actual skills, like ability? And it doesn't matter.
Die. To me, that's Dungeons and Dragons, and there are a lot more options out there than just Pathfinder and 5e. You could choose old school essentials, for example.
No, we wouldn't.
Is a version of the Moldvay BX version that I learned to play with, only it's been updated.
So I agree with you. I agree with you in the sense that yes, there are more systems out there. If you're not satisfied with D&D and Pathfinder, go and find the system that you like.
Yeah,
absolutely, I'm for that. But the way that we got here, I don't agree with, because it's nonsense.
I also agree. I agree with his conclusion, but not his methods, and the fact that what he has just said, the previous 3 sentences, I agree with. If you have the base 6 stats and you roll a d20, then that's D&D for him. I would probably do the same. Even if I moved over to playing Pathfinder mainly, I would probably still colloquially call it D&D, just because it's quicker.
I got big dice, therefore I know stuff, right? Right? Yes. Yeah.
I have many dice, thus I know many things.
Great hardbound rule books, excellent presentation. It's a very good value. Another great option is 5 Torches Deep, which is available via print on demand, and it features more character classes, so you can play a ranger or a paladin instead of just a fighter. The fighter class is really well designed, by the way.
I assume also OSR stuff.
Oh, I know. It just sounds really funny. It's like you can play more classes, like a hunter or a paladin. The classes that have been around since
for a long time.
Fucking first edition.
Yeah.
Really,
granted, nobody can play a paladin at the time because of the requirements, but still.
Yeah.
I really like also the fact that the H in 5 Torches Deep is a torch.
Yep.
And I just love the name 5 Torches Deep. That's a very cool name.
Yeah, no, I actually really dig the name as well.
There's more to do than just hit stuff. And then there's Lamentations.
I'm sorry, did you just say...
Instead of just a fighter. The fighter class is really well designed, by the way. They really figured out ways to give fighters more to do than just hit stuff. And then
you can do more than just hit stuff as a fighter in any game that has a fighter. It just takes creativity.
In fairness to Professor Dungeoncraft, fighters don't get anything as part of their for leveling up that gives them bonuses to talking to.
But what? That doesn't mean that you can't.
How does second wind help? Paladins get bonuses to talk to people,
I'm not.
but clerics get bonus at like. This is what I think a lot of people are talking about when they're like, "Oh, fighters can only hit things."
Right.
They're talking about the class as a whole only gives
Oh,
benefits to hitting things.
I see. If that's the case, then what are subclasses?
What fighter subclass gives bonuses to talking to people?
No. Well, so, actually, I would argue technically, is there a charisma-based caster's fighter subclass? Because I know there's intelligence, which
yeah,
you
there's
can,
Eldritch Knight.
Yeah, with the Eldritch
and
Knight,
Eldritch Knight's
as well as
intelligence.
Arcane Archer, that also requires intelligence. So if there isn't one yet, then I suppose, none yet. But regardless of the fact that it doesn't give you a straight up thing, you can still do it.
Like,
so
even technically, a lot of classes, even charisma based ones, don't get any bonuses to talking to people.
No.
Like, yeah, sure. Like the only way that they quote unquote get better at talking to people is they get ASIs, which everyone gets.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or casting.
Everyone is free to just choose whatever.
Yep.
I mean, a fighter can put his ASIs into charisma if he wants.
Actually,
Yeah.
now that I'm thinking about it, if you're a Eldritch Knight fighter, you can get spells. Spells can give you the ability to charm and all of that. So you get that ability to do that.
Does Eldritch Knight have access to those spells though?
It's from wizard
Because
spells, isn't it?
I know.
Yeah, he's got the wizard spell list.
I know warlocks definitely don't.
Nice.
Even though they're a charisma-based class.
Don't they get something to give them? No, they get like the cantrip of friends, don't they? Or whatever it is. Let's see. Yeah, they get to let's see. Oh, okay. No, there is a limit. It has to be either abjuration or evocation for them. That's unfortunate.
That's lame.
Yep. Oh well. Never mind. I was wrong. But anyway.
But don't get me wrong.
No. I know. I didn't realize what you were saying in the beginning. Yeah, if we look at it from a purely mechanical standpoint of your class gives you things in order to do other things other than fight, I mean, everything could, but fighters get the most like fighting heavy thing because they're fighters, right? But I guess I would have to look at spell lists and stuff for like Paladin, right? Like Paladin can heal as well, but are we like are we counting like just non-combative things? Because healing could be something that would be considered more combative, because it's part of something that you could do in combat / outside of combat, yes. But if we want to just narrow it down to anything that can't be done in combat, basically.
I always love these examples of, oh, the fighter is bad at talking to people, because it brings up two different points.
Yeah.
The first of which is, what does the druid fucking do, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, sure, the cleric and paladin and warlock get charisma, sure. Oh wait, no, sorcerer is also charisma.
Yes, that's true.
But like, what about the druid? What about the barbarian?
Yep.
What about any non-charisma class?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, why doesn't barbarian get this flack?
Yeah.
Why doesn't barbarian? Oh, it's because rage is interesting? Oh, okay.
Even though it literally just makes you angry and do better at hitting.
It comes down to
the rage
everything.
Changed, but...
It comes down to everything versus marshals and wizards.
Yes, exactly. And the
inability
to be creative outside of the box.
Yeah. But they never mention wizard, because wizard has a lot of toys in this box. And it is true. I will happily admit, marshals and 5e do have a tendency to feel a little bit pigeonholed.
Sure.
Yeah. which is one of the reasons why I like PF2E so much.
Yep. Do a lot of shit.
Yeah. You as part of this system in Pathfinder 2E, you get a lot of the cool like items and abilities that a lot of the DMs I've played with homebrew for their marshals.
Yeah, yeah.
Like I have seen Whirlwind Strikes, or even for my paladin, I had a copy of Artorias' sword from Dark Souls.
Sure, yeah.
And using it, I could do like a 15-foot jump plus my movement.
Yeah,
Jesus.
yeah.
And if I hit the person, I knocked them down, which isn't really the biggest deal except for the fact that we were in a dragon heavy campaign and I had flight and I could haste myself to fly up 60 feet, lunge another 15 feet, and knock the dragon down to the ground and make it take falling damage.
Nice.
That's some bullshit, man.
Yeah.
It was kind of crack. I remember looking at my DM going, "Are you okay with this?" And he was like, "Do it." And I was like, "Okay."
Yeah, fair enough.
But yeah, no. Marshals do tend to feel a bit pigeonholed. And what was my? Hold on, I need to hear his point again to remember where I was going.
Oh, he was just saying that fighters can do more than just fight in this.
Oh, yes. But my second point, like there's what does the druid fucking do? My second point is if you are picking the fighter and going, "Wah, I'm only good at this thing that I'm objectively way superior at. Why aren't I also good at this other thing?"
Yeah.
It kind of feels like you just kind of want a Mary.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I don't know how skills in Pathfinder 2E work. They scale at level and proficiency if you invest in them as you level up. Yeah. Okay, let's finish this out. I'm tired.
Paladin instead of just a fighter. The fighter class is really well designed, by the way. They really figured out ways to give fighters more to do than just hit stuff. And then there's Lamentations of the Flame Princess, which is pretty much basic grimdark version of Dungeons and Dragons, where there's no resurrection spells and very limited access to healing. This is another good option. And of course, there's 5e hardcore mode, which, when my patrons ask, what are my favorite products of the year? This was it. It's not its own game system, it's a patch. So if you have those 5e core rulebooks, you could still use them. It just scales things back so the player characters are a little more vulnerable and dials down the hit points. And if you have players that insist on playing 5e, but you, as a game master, you want something that's a little more challenging, you could probably convince them to take up 5e hardcore mode. And I highly recommend it from Drive-Thru RPG. But all of these are great options for people that find that Pathfinder 2.0 and 5e are just a little too complex and a little too slow, especially at those higher levels. If you found this video helpful, give it a thumbs up. Questions or comments?
Oh, good. Just a whole minute of like...
below, you'll find a link to our Facebook group and Patreon, where I talk about things like hacking the game and making it run smoother and having less boring combats. And as we say goodbye to 2020, I just want to say thank you to all the people that subscribed and helped us cross the 50,000 milestone mark.
It sounds like we're
at the end. It's been an exciting journey. I'm glad.
I'm just gonna let him leave. I'm just gonna let him.
And even when we disagree, I hope everybody can take something away from Dungeon Craft. And now
God.
I have to go do whatever it is I do. Once again for Dungeon Craft, this is Professor Dungeon Master. Thanks for watching. I'll see you soon. And until then, may all your rolls be 20.
I will say, in response to the ending of your video, I found myself disagreeing with a lot of your content for various reasons. Actually, no, it was kind of for one reason over and over again.
Yeah, exactly.
So I did not take much away from this video. However, I will not let that ruin the idea of potentially taking things away from, like, I will not let that sour me on the idea of taking anything away from future content of yours.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. If it's ever the case.
I'm just trying to respond to his like,
No.
oh, even if we disagreed, hope you took something away.
Obviously
Yeah.
we did.
I sure as hell didn't.
Oh no, I did. He's wrong. He doesn't understand the point that he's trying to make. Does not understand what's going, like, it's 3 to 4 different points that he's trying to blend together to mean the same thing. That's not how you do this.
It kind of feels a lot like giving presentations in high school that you're not prepared for.
Yeah. It does not feel like...
You just kind of say 2 things and then just keep saying remixes of them.
Yes, exactly. And, like, every time this argument comes up, I don't know how many other people actually agreed, though I do... Well, I know one other person did. You know the one. But, like, that's the thing with the way that this argument goes. The thing that I always take away from it is that nobody seems to understand, like, what they're talking about. They're just parroting this argument that they think is sound.
Yeah.
And, like, not giving it any thought whatsoever.
It's the same kind of thing where people will, get the news, and then other outlets will just literally copy paste it.
Yeah.
Without doing their own research.
No research.
It's
exactly.
that.
And, like, just looking at your own words, when we literally had times where you self-contradicted yourself in the same few words.
In the same sentence.
Yeah. It just happened, and you didn't look at it, you didn't see it, you just said, no, that's right.
Yeah.
Like, that's how we argue now? We just say this is the case, and then just try to muddle you until you also agree, which, yeah, that is apparently how it works now.
Yeah,
and it's not anything new. Yeah, it's not anything new, I know that, but, like, why? If you have any self-respect, why?
I don't know.
It's, anyway, I wanted to say that I looked at comments, and Lux, you made a fucking gargantuan one, and I don't want to, like, deny it to you right now, but, my dude, I am dead, and I have to go to work in 7 hours.
Oh, fuck.
So, like, and, like, again, I want to read it, because it's all, like, world-building stuff, and it looks so cool, right? And I see that fucking Timothy also left one. It's not as long, but it's also cool stuff. Like, I want to read them, but I gotta fucking bounce. So I apologize if we don't do an episode next week. I promise you that I will get to them the week after. Absolutely promise you. But if we do an episode, nice, an episode next week, we'll get to them then. But right now, my eyes hurt, and my brain wants to be mush. Let's see. There's a couple of things that I want to read out of the chat first before we go into, like, the ending spiel. Good thing we're night owls. Yeah, I am, but I can't be right now. I'm not a night owl, I just have no life. Fair. Okay, looking at the archive of Nethys page for fighters right now, I'm seeing the page suggesting a number of things fighters can potentially do outside of combat. Yeah, fucking archive of Nethys is a great tool if you want to learn anything about Pathfinder 2e, because it has literally everything. Literally everything. So go and read it if you have any interest, because you don't even need to buy a book. And Paizo is like, yeah, this is great. So it's even fucking promoted by the company that owns the IP for free information that you don't have to buy in any way. It's amazing.
Crazy.
Yeah. It's so anti-making money that I love it.
Yeah.
Anyway. It felt like he got lost in making his point with random examples. Dude, again, he was just trying to obfuscate his fucking shitty point. with things that you could kind of agree with at times or full on agree with.
How long was this video?
The video was
9
9 minutes and 30 or so seconds, yeah. Not even 10 minutes. Didn't take as long as the fucking... It almost took as long as the fucking 20-minute video. Anyway, oh, my eyes are starting to fucking go in weird ways. I lost the plot to this video, just like the guy who made it. I saw one video from him recently that seemed decent to me, so I know he's capable of that. But he's obviously makes a lot of bad ones too, unless this channel is just really unlucky with him. Oh, dude. Yeah, it seems like we're just really unlucky in that case. If there is stuff, send it our way. Legitimately.
Who said that?
That was Lux.
So Lux, the most terrifying thing about that is that means that you and Professor Dungeoncraft now have something in common.
I don't know. I don't watch a lot of his videos. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Like I said at the beginning, he started off wrong and went from there. Yes.
If ever Lux unironically says we should make rooms in dungeons have one DC per room,
Lux would never do that.
Like I would like raise a gun, like the meme of the guy holding the gun crying.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be me.
Yep. Sleep. Thank you. Yes, I will. Great show, guys. Thank you.
Yes.
It was definitely another very ripe for discussion episode.
It was another one of the videos of all time.
Definitely. The first one, no, dude, the first one was one of the videos of all time. This one is one of the ones that I would rather not have seen.
Okay.
The first one I'm fine with witnessing, right?
Okay.
I just don't.
This one, no.
This one is just like, it's just the same fucking bullshit, but thought like by a person who literally calls himself Professor Dungeon Master. That's another fucking aspect to it that I'm just like, dude, come on.
Yeah.
If you're gonna like proclaim yourself as a professor, you gotta have some critical thinking. Like you just do.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, I'm tired. So that being said, I don't think you have to worry about me saying you should assign 1 DC to an entire room. There you go.
I truly hope not.
So, that being said, thank you all for hanging out with us, and in the future, of course, thank you for watching us deal with this. We hope you enjoyed, and
more importantly, thank you for donating to us on Patreon. Like I know you are.
Yes.
God damn it! Thank you to our patrons. That is, of course, from the top: Draco Kraken, Mog Zero, Rick, aka Unirico, Slazer, Steely, Drake Cross, Chris, Frozen Spaghetti, Star Baron Lux, and our Tier 1 contributor. Appreciate you all. Appreciate all of you out there who have liked, commented, and subscribed.
Is it just me, or have we not seen Steely in a while?
We were just talking about that not too long ago.
Same thing.
Yeah, same brain. Yeah, we haven't, and I miss him. Yeah.
We shared the same brain cell, boo.
Yeah.
On occasions.
Yeah.
Anyway, that being said, again, thank you, and we will see you for the next episode. Whenever that
Thanks
might
for
be.
hanging out, guys.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Get out of here.
Bye-bye now.
Go on.
Get the fuck out.
I'm tired.
Yep.
Please leave me alone.
I've got your money now, leave.